Chapter 592. In the 9 front array, as Lu Ye's saber fell, the fox monster's head was separated, and its vitality was completely destroyed. He let out a long breath and shook off the blood on the mountain plate saber. His mind relaxed, and his body staggered slightly. The battle with the fox monster was not dangerous. It was mainly because he had used up too much of his mental strength in a short period of time, which made him feel a little tired. His body was covered in wounds, but none of them hurt his muscles or bones. With his physique, it would not be difficult for him to recover. What's the situation? What's the situation outside? Lu Yi asked. Logically speaking, the fox monster was dead. According to the soul secret technique she planted, it should have been broken by itself. But if that was not the case, he could not be sure. Yi's voice quickly entered his ears. Everyone has returned to normal, but a few cultivators from Myriad Demon Ridge ran away immediately, including Xiaoliang and Tansheng. That dog reacted quickly. Lu Yi secretly gritted his teeth. Originally, he planned to kill Tansheng and Xiaoliang after killing the fox monster. Although he had been cultivating with Xiaoliang during this period of time, he had never forgotten the hatred between them. If he was not taken into the 9 front array, he could immediately interfere with the battlefield after killing the fox monster, but he was in the 9 front array, so he could not control the situation outside. Xiaoliang and Tansheng knew the wolf pack. After all, they had suffered a big loss in the spirit land. So, after getting rid of the fox monster's control, the first thing they did was to escape. Both of them were in the 9th order. If they wanted to escape, the wolf pack really did not have any good ideas. Although it was a pity they could only accept it, Lu Yi took a few steps forward. He walked to the fox monster's corpse. He searched the corpse for a while. He found a storage bag. This was the fox monster's storage bag. She had always carried it with her. Now that she was dead, it naturally became Lu Ye's spoils of war. Lu Yi didn't know how many good things she had. The only thing he knew was that there was a demonic core of an overlord class, demonic beast. The demonic core she obtained from killing the giant berserk ape was kept in her storage pouch. This was a rare good thing that was hard to come by in 100 years. The overlord-level demon beasts of the Cloud River battlefield had rarely been killed since ancient times. Just by looking at the operation of the Fox Immortal Valley, it was clear that if the cultivators were to form a group to deal with them without a formation of 200 to 300 people, it would be impossible to succeed. Furthermore, it would be accompanied by a huge loss. It was simply not worth it. Therefore, cultivators would not provoke the overlord-level demonic beasts on the Cloudy River battlefield, let alone kill them. This time they were able to kill the giant berserk ape because of the fox demon's hatred. The cultivators were also imbued with her soul secret technique, which made them fearless of death. Moreover, Lu Yi and Xie Yunhan had set up many formations in advance to assist them. Just by holding the monster core of such an overlord-level monster beast in his hand, Lu Yi could feel the vigorous energy within. If he gave it to Hupa to swallow and refine, it would definitely be of great benefit. The spoils of war were naturally not limited to this. Lu Yi placed his hand on the demon fox's corpse and silently examined it for a moment. Then he raised his Panshan saber and stabbed it down. A moment later, another demon core was extracted. This was the demon fox's demon core. Although it couldn't compare to the monster core of an overlord-level monster beast, it was still quite valuable. After wiping away the bloodstains on the demon core, Lu Yi looked at it in astonishment. The demon core was only the size of an infant's fist. It was a strange pink color and emitted a faint glow, as if it was a burning flame. This was pill fire? Pill fire wasn't a flame used for alchemy, but rather the monster core of a fire attribute monster beast. Lu Yi had bought quite a few of them in the Tianji treasury and had let his talent tree devour them. Thinking about it carefully, this demon fox had used a foxfire that could shake one's mind when fighting with him. It could indeed be considered a fire attribute monster beast. In the Tianji treasury, There were all kinds of pill fires with different prices. There were several hundred, thousands, and tens of thousands of merit points. There was even a strange flame called the Extreme Cold Ice Flame that was worth a total of 180,000 merit points. He didn't know how much this demon fox's demon core was worth, but it shouldn't be too expensive. Since it was a pill fire, he could naturally devour it. With a thought from Lu Yi, several roots grew out from his talent tree and extended into an invisible space. In the next moment, the luster of the pill fire in his hand quickly dimmed as its energy was devoured by the talent tree. Immersing himself in investigating the changes in his talent tree was just a habit. Lu Yi didn't expect a demon core to cause too much of a change in his talent tree. But what surprised him was that as the demon core devoured the demon core's energy, a leaf near the top of the talent tree suddenly reacted and began to burn at a speed visible to the naked eye. Different from the blazing flames of the other leaves, this leaf burned with the same pink color as the demon fox's demon core. This was the first time Lu Yi had encountered something like this. He was momentarily stunned. A moment later, the demon core in his hand was exhausted and turned into dust. A leaf burning with pink flames appeared on his talent tree, making it stand out from the crowd. Lu Yi faintly felt that he had misjudged the value of the demon fox's demon core. After all, it was the demon core of a six-tailed heavenly fox. It couldn't be taken lightly. Just from the fact that it could cause such a change in his talent tree, one could tell that the demon core was extremely valuable. Lu Yi suppressed the doubts in his heart. He didn't immediately investigate the information contained within the burning leaf. Now that he was injured and his mental strength was severely depleted, there were still many things waiting for him to deal with outside. He couldn't afford to delay. Lu Yi called out softly. He understood tacitly and activated the power of the 9-front formation. In the next moment, Lu Ye's figure was expelled from the 9-front formation. Just as he steadied himself, Hoopa scurried over from the side and squatted on his shoulder. Hoopa was very shrewd. When the demon fox enslaved giant armor with a glance, it jumped off Lu Ye's body and hid far away. It was afraid that it would be enslaved by the demon fox. There were no more sounds of fighting in the surroundings. Many demon wolves were quietly guarding the side. The remaining cultivators of Fox Immortal Valley were also gathered together, their faces filled with sorrow. When their minds were enslaved by the demon fox, they didn't feel that their actions were wrong. However, when the demon fox died and their soul secret technique was broken, their experiences over the years immediately surged into their minds. They all asked themselves, "What have I done?" This was especially true for Xie Yunhan. He had stayed in Fox Immortal Valley for a total of 12 years. He had completely cut off contact with his sect and family. His cultivation hadn't improved much, and he had wasted his time. Although the others hadn't stayed as long as Xie Yunhan, they had at least spent a year or two. When they thought of their days in Fox Immortal Valley, they all felt ashamed and uneasy. When they saw Lu Yi appear, everyone gathered around him. Fellow Taoist Lu, Zhou Yuntian, who was covered in blood, bowed to Lu Yi and asked somewhat nervously, "Is that demon fox dead?" Although they knew that the demon fox was definitely dead the moment their soul secret technique was broken, they didn't dare to be certain before they received an answer. The demon fox had left too much psychological trauma on them. "I've killed the demon fox." "Fellow Taoists, you don't have to worry," Lu Yi said. Not only was the demon fox killed, but its demon core had also been devoured by the talent tree. He just didn't know if he could obtain any new spirit runes. Hearing this, everyone heaved a long sigh of relief. Their nervous expressions relaxed a lot. Zhou Yuntian bowed again. "We were trapped and were unknowingly deceived by the demon fox. This time, it's all thanks to fellow Taoist, Lu, for saving us. Such kindness is equivalent to giving us a new lease of life. If fellow Taoist has any instructions in the future, we won't dare to disobey." The others also bowed solemnly and expressed their gratitude. Lu Yi returned the bow. "Fellow Taoists, you don't have to be so polite. I was just saving myself. It's a pity that many of you lost your lives in the end. Xia Yunhan sighed. It's fate. Brother Lu, it's already very impressive that you can save us. Although everyone didn't know how Lu Yi had the ability to command such a pack of wolves to help in the battle. No matter how powerful and numerous the wolves were, they might not be able to do anything against the power of the Fox Immortal Valley at its peak. Lu Ye's choice to make a move after the bloody battle with the giant berserk ape in the Fox Immortal Valley was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Moreover, when the demon wolves besieged them, they had clearly received orders in advance to only surround them and not kill them. Otherwise, there probably wouldn't be many people standing here now. No matter what, we've finally escaped the demon fox's control. This is a blessing. Everyone, you don't have to be so worried. Think about your sect. Think about your brothers and sisters. In the future, we don't have to be slaves anymore, Zhou Yuntian said. Someone said faintly, Fellow Taoist Zhou, now that you mention it, I miss home. Everyone suddenly fell silent as a look of longing appeared in their eyes. In the Fox Immortal Valley, with the demon fox's orders, no one dared to communicate with the outside world. All these years, the relatives and friends of the Fox Immortal Valley cultivators had been searching for them and sending them messages. Previously, when they were under the demon fox's control, they didn't think much of it. Now that they were free, a tsunami-like longing immediately surged up. Then let's go home. Someone whispered softly. Zhou Yuntian raised his arm and shouted, If we don't go back now, then when? Once the longing surged up, it could no longer be controlled. Everyone couldn't wait to return to their sects, their hometowns, and tell their families about the pain of separation. Let's go home. Someone shouted. For a moment, everyone was excited. Zhou Yuntian turned to look at Lu Yi. Fellow Taoist Lu, what do you plan to do? Lu Yi thought for a moment. Senior brother and I just entered the Cloudy River battlefield not long ago, so we won't be returning for the time being. Moreover, I'm still injured and need to rest for a while. Fellow Taoists, please feel free to leave. Zhou Yuntian originally wanted to persuade Lu Yi to leave with them. After all, this was the depths of the Great Mang Mountains, and there were many powerful demon beasts. However, he suddenly remembered that Lu Yi had a pack of demon wolves protecting him, so there shouldn't be any danger. He didn't say anything else and nodded. Since that's the case, fellow Taoist Lu, please take care. If you need help in the future, just let me know. Everyone said their goodbyes to Lu Yi and exchanged their battlefield imprints with him. A moment later, many cultivators flew up on their artifacts and quickly left under the gazes of Lu Yi, Li Baxian, and the others. This group of people all had decent cultivations, so as long as they didn't encounter any overlord demon beasts, they wouldn't be in any danger. Almost at the same time that Zhou Yuntian and the others left, Lu Yi suddenly had a strange feeling. It was as if something had fallen from the sky and landed on his body. The back of his hand also felt slightly warm. Chapter 593. The strange feeling that suddenly fell from the sky was familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. Lu Yi carefully thought about it, and quickly realized what this familiar feeling was. This was the blessing of heaven. Back in the hidden realm of the 10,000 beasts, he had obtained the Beast Seal technique and Life Origin technique from the 10,000 Beast Sect's Grand Elder. Xia Qianshan had told him that if he sold these things that could change the situation of a sect to the hidden realm of heavens, he would receive the blessing of heaven. It would increase his own fortune. Reality proved that this was indeed the case. After leaving the hidden realm of the 10,000 beasts, he had sold the Jade Slip with the Beast Seal technique and Life Origin technique to the hidden realm of heavens. Not only had he received many merits, but he had also received the blessing of heaven. It was the same feeling as before. The main reason he had been able to turn misfortune into fortune in the hunting ground was because he had obtained a golden body medallion. However, such a heaven-defying treasure like the golden body medallion was extremely precious. It was something that even cultivators of the divine sea realm would covet. Yet he, a mere cultivator of the Cloud River realm, had obtained it. Moreover, he had obtained it from the spoils of war. Not only had he turned misfortune into fortune, but he had also obtained first place on the hunting grounds bounty list, receiving a reward from heaven. Wasn't all of this a manifestation of his own fortune? Although luck was something that could not be seen or touched, it was constantly affecting him. Last time he had obtained the blessing of heaven because he had brought out something that could change the situation of a sect from the hidden realm of the 10,000 beasts. But this time, he had killed the fox demon and saved those cultivators, and he also received a reward? He suddenly recalled the inexplicable words the fox demon had said before she died. So heaven has already sent down its punishment. Lu Yi didn't know what she had meant, but now that he combined it with his own experience, he vaguely understood. The fox demon had been tyrannical in the Fox Immortal Valley for 20 years. She had used a soul secret technique that should not have appeared on the Cloud River battlefield to enslave many cultivators and avenge her. Over the years, countless cultivators had died because of her. Although he had killed her to protect himself and save Li Baxian, in the end, it could be considered a blessing. He had not killed the fox demon this time. In the future, there might be even more cultivators who would be unlucky enough to suffer. The reason why he entered the Fox Immortal Valley was because he had followed Li Baxian to chase after Tan Sheng and Xiaoliang, and encountered Zhou, Yuntian, and the others. Now that he thought about it, when Tan Sheng and Xiaoliang escaped from the spiritual land, they should have fled to the outskirts of the Great Mang Mountains. But for some reason, the two of them actually fled to the depths of the Great Mang Mountains. This was obviously not in line with the situation the two of them were in at the time. And no matter what, two Cloud River Ninth Order cultivators should not have made such a foolish decision. He and Li Baxian chased them all the way until they encountered Zhou, Yuntian, and the others. Then they were brought into the Fox Immortal Valley. Coincidentally, he had the talent tree and was not affected by the fox demon's soul mystic technique. Even more coincidentally, he had a pack of wolves that he could command. Even the battle against the giant berserk ape in Fox Immortal Valley was unbelievably smooth. The fox demon had not been able to get her revenge for 20 years, and not long after Lu Yi came to Fox Immortal Valley, she helped her complete her revenge plan. Everything seemed reasonable, but if one thought about it carefully, one would discover that there were many incomprehensible coincidences. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands pushing everything from behind. Heavenly mystery. What in the world is that? Was he the punishment given to the fox demon by Heaven's secret? He had killed the fox demon and resolved this calamity. Was that why the heavens had once again favored him? As his thoughts churned, Lu Yi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He lowered his head and looked at the back of his hand. When Heaven's secret blessed him, he felt a slight warmth on the back of his hand. Looking at it now, Lu Yi was surprised, because a golden mark had appeared on the back of his hand. It was exactly the same as the mark given to him by Heaven's secret when he got first place on the hunting list. Not only did Heaven's secret bless him, but it also gave him a reward. However, Lu Yi did not know what this reward was. The reward for getting first place on the hunting list was obvious. As for what this reward was, he would have to return to the spirit land and borrow the Heaven's secret pillar to find out. Collecting his thoughts, Lu Yi looked to the side. Giant Armor was standing there with his eyebrows lowered, looking unhappy. Obviously, he was still angry about how he attacked Lu Yi and chased after he. Dispelling the distracting thoughts in his mind, Lu Yi stepped forward and patted his shoulder, comforting him. Don't mind it. Even fourth senior brother couldn't resist the fox demon's secret technique, let alone you. Giant Armor looked up at him. Although he was still silent, his expression was much more relaxed. Lu Yi turned to look at Li Baxian, only to see Feng Yuechan smiling. Senior brother, what's up with that fellow Taoist you? She seems to have a good relationship with you. Before the group of Fox Immortal Valley cultivators left, Yu Daiwei deliberately said goodbye to Li Baxin. Feng Yuechan saw the difference in her expression and tone, which made her furious. Li Baxin's expression did not change. She's also a sword cultivator. When we were in Fox Immortal Valley, she often came to spar with me. Actually, I'm not very familiar with her. TSK, why am I telling you this? Also, I'm your martial uncle. What are you shouting for? He raised his hand and hammered Feng Yuechan's head. Feng Yuechan's cheeks puffed up slightly, looking angry. Li Baxin walked towards Lu Yi and asked with concern, "How are your injuries, junior brother?" "They're all flesh wounds. It's not a big deal." Li Baxin sighed. "I didn't expect there to be such a dangerous monster beast in the Cloud River battlefield. When she enslaved me with the soul secret technique, I didn't feel anything wrong at all. Now that I think about it, it's really scary. Speaking of which, junior brother, how did you get rid of that soul secret technique?" This was what he didn't understand the most. When he was brought back with Lu Yi and the others that day, logically speaking, they should all have been implanted with a soul secret technique, but Lu Yi hadn't shown any flaws these days. It wasn't until today that he learned that his little junior brother had never been affected by the fox monster's soul secret technique and had been secretly plotting to kill it. Before Lu Yi could answer, Feng Yuechan spoke first. "Stupid senior brother, have you forgotten how powerful junior brother Lu's soul secret technique is? That soul secret technique was just a monster general. Even if it could use the soul secret technique, it wouldn't affect junior brother Lu at all." Li Baxin and Feng Yuechan both knew that Lu Yi had obtained a lot of soul cleansing water. Soul cleansing water was a divine item that could strengthen a cultivator's soul. Li Baxin had also received some from Lu Yi. Lu Yi had the ability to give it to others, which meant he must have used a lot of it himself. Feng Yuechan naturally thought that Lu Yi being able to get rid of the soul cleansing water was related to his powerful soul. This was something Lu Yi was happy to see. He couldn't explain too much about his talent tree, so he followed Feng Yuechan's words and said, "Senior Sister Feng is right, but this time it's all thanks to junior brother. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have survived." Feng Yuechan said, "Junior brother is still injured. Let him heal first. Senior brother has something to ask you. Come with me." Li Baxin frowned, but before he could speak, Feng Yuechan pulled him aside. Lu Yi shook his head and smiled, but he really needed to rest for a while. With the wolves guarding him, there was no need to worry about any danger. Finding a place, he sat down cross-legged and threw some spirit pills and a healing pill into his mouth, silently refining them. Half a day later, he had more or less recovered his spirit energy. Lu Yi immersed his mind and checked the pink leaf on the talent tree. Focusing his mind, a large amount of information surged into his mind, causing his mind to tremble slightly. Carefully checking the information, Lu Yi had a strange expression. He was quite lucky this time to obtain a spirit rune. However, this spirit rune was different from all the spirit runes he had obtained before. It wasn't that it was complicated. Among the spirit runes that Lu Yi had grasped, the most complicated one was undoubtedly the Fire Phoenix spirit rune, followed by the Void spirit rune. However, he learned the Void spirit rune from a book, so he couldn't construct it as casually as the talent tree. Furthermore, it was just a leaf carrying information, so it couldn't be that complicated. The reason why it was special was because, from the information, this spirit rune didn't consume spirit energy, but soul energy. To put it simply, it consumed soul energy. Lu Ye's mind trembled slightly. This was actually a soul spirit rune, which was also a divine rune. The way of spirit runes was broad and profound. What Lu Yi had learned now could be constructed with spirit energy. However, if Lu Ye's cultivation reached the divine sea realm and he had his own soul energy, then many spirit runes could be constructed with soul energy and could exert more power. For example, sharpness could be constructed with spirit runes to increase the lethality of spirit runes. However, if it was constructed with soul energy, it could be turned into a soul attack. Defense could also be constructed with soul energy, which could be turned into a soul barrier. However, there were some special spirit runes that could only be constructed with soul energy. Such spirit runes were called divine runes. This time, he obtained a divine rune. Charm. Judging from the information contained in the leaf, this charm divine rune had the effect of confusing people's minds, which was similar to the soul secret skill performed by the fox demon. The soul secret skill of the fox demon was heaven-defying, but that was the innate ability of the six-tailed heavenly fox. It was impossible for ordinary cultivators or demonic beasts to grasp it. If the charm divine rune could exert 10% of the fox demon's soul secret skill's power, it would be extremely impressive. Unfortunately, this was a divine pattern that could only be activated with soul power. Lu Ye's current cultivation level was only at the Cloud River tier, so he couldn't use it at all. He could use his spiritual power to construct the divine pattern, but even if he managed to construct it, it wouldn't be of any use. However, one day his cultivation would reach the divine sea realm. At that time, this divine rune would naturally be of use. Just this divine rune alone had given him a great harvest, not to mention that he had also obtained the blessing of heaven. His luck would probably be even more prosperous in the future. There was also a reward from heaven, but he didn't know what it was. Lu Yi slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Li Bashian was guarding at the side. Seeing him stand up, he asked, "Little junior brother, are you returning to the spirit land?" The fox demon was dead, and the cultivators of Fox Immortal Valley had dispersed. There was no need to return to Fox Immortal Valley. Lu Yi nodded. Suddenly he remembered something. "Let's make a trip to Fox Immortal Valley. There's something there that I'm interested in." Li Bashian didn't ask what it was. He only nodded. Okay. Chapter 594. Returning to the Fox Immortal Valley. His state of mind was completely different. So this is the Fox Immortal Valley. It's quite beautiful. Feng Yuechan stood in the air and looked down. In terms of scenery, the Fox Immortal Valley was indeed not bad. After all, it was the place where the fox demon had lived for a long time. However, it was still inferior to the spiritual land. Being used to the beautiful scenery of the spiritual land, Feng Yuechan's evaluation of the Fox Immortal Valley was only quite beautiful. "Junior brother, why are you back here?" Li Bashian asked. "There's a place that I'm a little concerned about," Lu Yi said as he led the way. The few of them followed. A moment later, they arrived at a place enveloped by a large formation. Li Bashian was deep in thought. This is a forbidden area. Although he and Lu Yi had only stayed in the Fox Immortal Valley for more than a month, he had heard of the forbidden area. More than one cultivator had told him that he could go anywhere in the Fox Immortal Valley except for two places. One was the fox demon's bedroom, and no one could enter without permission. The other was the forbidden area in the deepest part of the Fox Immortal Valley. At the very least, there was still a chance to enter the fox demon's bedroom. However, no one in the Fox Immortal Valley knew what was going on in the forbidden area. Even Xie Yunhan, who was in charge of the entire Fox Immortal Valley's formation, did not know. This was because the fox demon had ordered that no one was allowed to set foot in this place, not even within 1,000 feet of it. Li Bashian finally understood why Lu Yi wanted to come back. To be honest, he was also somewhat interested in this forbidden area. Only the unknown could arouse curiosity. Lu Yi stood in front of the formation and observed the nodes of the formation with his eyes enhanced by the insight spirit patterns. A moment later, he raised his hand and threw out a few formation flags. The last time he came, he had relied on his attainments in formation to sneak into this formation, so he did not cause any damage to this formation. But this time there was no need. Strictly speaking, the strength of the formation here was not high. To him, cracking it was not difficult. Formation flags were thrown out one by one and embedded into the nodes. Lu Yi raised his hand and pressed on the formation. as he channeled his spirit energy. The spirit energy on the formation's light screen flowed slower and slower until it completely stopped. The weapon box at his waist buzzed, and 9 streams of light shot out one after another, blasting towards a certain part of the formation, accompanied by cracking sounds like a mirror-shattering, spiderweb-like cracks immediately appeared on the formation. After 3 breaths, it completely shattered. The area enveloped by the Great Formation also appeared in their field of vision. A tomb, an ancient altar. Why is there a tomb here? Feng Yuechan curiously went forward to investigate and saw a tombstone erected in front of the grave. There was a line of words on the tombstone. The tomb, Feng Yuechan. This Lei Jingyin should be the original master of the fox demon. However, for some unknown reason, she was killed by the giant raging ape. Therefore, since 20 years ago, the fox demon began its revenge plan. All these years, it has been collecting cultivators until today. Lu Yi casually explained. Li Baxian said thoughtfully, "Junior brother has been here before." Lu Yi said, "Once, out of curiosity, I snuck in and happened to bump into a fox demon offering condolences here. I overheard something." "I see." Li Baxian nodded. This tomb was made by Lu Yi. There's nothing special about it. What I care about is the altar. As Lu Yi spoke, he stepped forward and walked up to the altar. "Senior brother, senior sister Feng, can you see what this altar is for?" Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan walked up together and looked at it carefully. After a while, Li Baxian shook his head. "I can't see, but there are 4 grooves. They should be 4 spirit stones. Maybe if enough spirit stones are placed, it will open something." "Open what?" "A secret realm?" Feng Yuechan guessed. Lu Yi and Li Baxian's interest was piqued. If this altar could really open a secret realm, then they wouldn't want to miss it. There were many secret realms in the Cloud River battlefield, so Feng Yuechan's guess might be true. "Let's give it a try," Lu Yi said excitedly. The 4 of them each took a corner, took out spirit stones from their storage bags, and placed them in the grooves. A shocking scene appeared. As soon as the mid-grade spirit stones were placed into the grooves, the spirit energy within them was sucked dry in an extremely short amount of time, turning them into useless stones. After absorbing the spirit chi from the spirit stones, the complex patterns on the surface of the altar lit up a small area. This area only occupied an insignificant part of the entire altar, but it was enough to make Lu Yi and the others' eyes light up. Looking at each other, they each took out more spirit stones and placed them in the grooves. The spirit stones turned into useless stones as their spirit energy was absorbed by the altar. The pattern on the altar lit up more and more, until a certain moment, when the 4 of them had consumed over 1,000 spirit stones. The surface of the altar shone brightly, and all the patterns were completely lit up. At the same time, Lu Yi felt a slight warmth on the back of his hand. He quickly looked down and saw the golden mark on the back of his hand suddenly fly out, turning into a golden light and falling into the altar. In an instant, there was only a dazzling golden light in front of them, blinding them. After a few breaths of time, when Lu Yi and the others' vision recovered, there was an oval-shaped golden light curtain in front of them. "Little junior brother, what was that just now?" Li Baxian asked in surprise. He had clearly seen the strange phenomenon of the golden mark on the back of Lu Ye's hand falling onto the altar, but he didn't know what the golden mark was or why it had fallen onto the altar. Lu Yi reacted. "So this is the reward bestowed by Heaven's secret." When he saw the golden mark, he thought it was the same as the one he had obtained in the hunting ground, so he needed to find a Heaven's secret pillar to investigate, but he did not expect the golden mark to be used to activate the altar. In other words, even if the people from Immortal Fox Valley returned here and found the altar and placed enough spirit stones, without his mark, they would not be able to activate the altar. Heaven's secret's reward, it was bestowed to me after I killed a fox monster. Lu Yi explained simply. Li Baxuan was stunned. Heaven's Secret bestowed a reward for killing a fox monster. This kind of thing was unheard of. Lu Yi told Li Baxuan about his conjecture and the words the fox demon said before it died. Li Baxuan nodded and said, "If that's the case, junior brother killing the fox demon has indeed eliminated a huge threat on the Cloud River battlefield. It can be considered a blessing. It's understandable that the heavens bestowed a reward." Feng Yuechan's expression changed slightly. Since it is a reward bestowed by Heaven's Secret, there must be some benefits. Junior brother Lu, good people are truly rewarded. Lu Yi laughed. His main purpose in killing the fox monster was to save Li Baxuan. If it were not for Li Baxuan being enslaved by the fox monster, he would have secretly run away. Now that he had encountered so many things, it could be considered a freak combination of factors. Feng Yuechan looked at the golden light curtain with sparkling eyes. "I wonder what is behind it." Li Baxuan said, "You said there are benefits, so there can't be anything bad. Little junior brother, why don't you go in and take a look?" Lu Yi nodded, then suddenly thought of something and said, "Giant Carapace, have the wolves guard the surroundings." Giant Carapace nodded, raised his hand to his mouth, and whistled loudly. In the next instant, a large pack of monster wolves rushed over under the lead of the alpha wolf, creating a great momentum. Giant Carapace casually drew a circle and said concisely, "Watch." The wolf pack immediately separated to the left and right, surrounding the area. Lu Yi clicked his tongue in amazement. Although his relationship with the wolf pack was not bad, he could not command them as easily as Giant Carapace. "Giant Carapace, lead the way," Lu Yi ordered. Although this was a reward from Heaven's Secret, and there was most likely no danger, it was still best to be careful. Among them, Giant Carapace's physique was the strongest, so it was naturally better for him to lead the way. Giant Carapace did not say a word, taking large strides towards the golden light curtain, arriving in front of it in a few steps and plunging in without hesitation. Lu Ye's gaze did not move, only to see a layer of ripples appear on the golden light curtain, which then swallowed Giant Carapace whole. Lu Yi followed closely behind Giant Carapace, followed by Feng Yuechan and Li Baxuan. Stepping into the golden light curtain, they instantly entered another world, but this world was hazy with fog. Giant Carapace, who had entered first, was not far in front of them, but under the hazy fog, Lu Yi could not see his figure clearly, only a vague outline. Lu Yi stood in place, his eyes filled with shock. This was because the surrounding environment gave him an incomparably familiar feeling. Behind him, Li Baxuan quickly whispered, "Heaven's Secret baptism?" Of the 4 people present, apart from Giant Carapace, who had not yet entered the Spirit Stream list, the other 3 had all entered the Spirit Stream list, so the monthly Heaven's Secret baptism was naturally not unfamiliar to them. The baptism bestowed by Heaven's Fate would lead the cultivators on the Spirit Stream list to a completely independent and unique environment. Inside that unique environment, the cultivator's body and mind would be tempered to a certain degree, and thus become more powerful. It could be said that the future prospects of cultivators who had entered the Spirit Stream list and those who had not were different. Wei Kei was at the 9th Order Cloud River Realm, while Tan Sheng and Xiaoliang were also at the 9th Order Cloud River Realm. Furthermore, without exception, all 3 of them had reached the Cloud River Realm with 360 apertures. However, compared to Tan Sheng and Xiaoliang, Wei Kei's 9th Order strength was not just a little bit weaker. The most fundamental reason was that Tan Sheng and Xiaoliang had both entered the Spirit Stream list before, and their rankings were not low. The Spirit Stream realm was the initial stage of a cultivator's cultivation, and was also the stage that laid the foundation for their entire cultivation journey. Being able to obtain the Heaven's Secret baptism at this stage would undoubtedly strengthen a cultivator's foundation, and allow them to have a brighter future. The higher one's ranking on the Spirit Stream list, the greater the benefits of the Heaven's Secret baptism would be. When Lu Yi was at the spirit stream realm, he could basically only kill people one level above him. However, after reaching the Cloud River realm, killing people 2 levels above him was not a difficult matter. Admittedly, this was related to the strength of Cloud River realm cultivators, but it was also related to the benefits he had obtained from the spirit stream list. One had to know that the higher a cultivator's cultivation, the more difficult it would be to kill people of a higher level. This was because the higher one's cultivation, the greater the increase in one's strength. Chapter 595. Only cultivators on the spirit stream list had the right to receive the heavenly fate baptism. There was no similar Cloud River list on the Cloud River battlefield, and no one had ever heard of a Cloud River tier cultivator receiving the heavenly fate baptism. Unexpectedly, Lu Yi and the others encountered it here. From the looks of it, activating the altar didn't lead to the mystery realm as Feng Yuechan had guessed. It was just a pure, heavenly fate baptism. However, for Lu Yi and the others, this was the best and most practical reward. After a moment of excitement, Lu Yi suddenly realized a problem. He had received the heavenly fate baptism 4 times on the spirit stream battlefield, and each time, the effects were worse than the last. By the end of the 4th time, the effects were close to nothing. This was also why he had decisively advanced to the Cloud River tier. If he could obtain enough benefits, how could he leave the spirit stream battlefield? Not only him, but Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan were also like this. These two had occupied the spirit stream list for more than a decade, and they had heard that the heavenly fate baptism no longer affected them. They had occupied the spirit stream list for more than a decade, and there were no substantial rewards for them. Of the 4 people present, including Hu Pe, only Giant Armor hadn't received the heavenly fate baptism. So, even if this place was a heavenly fate baptism, would it really be useful to them? If it was useless, then even if this place was a heavenly fate baptism, they wouldn't obtain any benefits. Li Baxian obviously also realized this problem and was already silently refining the power around him. After a short while, his expression became excited. It's useful. Lu Yi also tried. He found that it was indeed as Li Baxian had said. The fog here was slightly different from the heavenly fate baptism on the spirit stream list. It was obviously more advanced. The heavenly fate baptism on the spirit stream list was useless to Lu Yi and the others. However, it was useful here. Let's disperse, Lu Yi said. Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan nodded in agreement. Giant Armor sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and cultivated. As he breathed, large amounts of dense white fog were sucked into his mouth and into his lungs. Lu Yi walked in a certain direction, but after walking for less than 300 feet, an invisible barrier blocked his path. He raised his hand to test it and found that the barrier was extremely sturdy. It wasn't something he could shake with his current cultivation, so he turned around and walked to the side. After walking for another few hundred feet, as expected, another invisible barrier appeared in front of him. From the looks of it, this place wasn't very big, only a few hundred feet in length and width. Looking back, he could no longer see the figures of Li Baxian and the others. The thick white fog had blocked his line of sight. There was no need to continue exploring. Lu Yi sat down and began to construct a small spirit gathering funnel on his body. Yi also came out of Hu Po's body in a flash. She walked to a spot 10 meters away from him and sat down to cultivate. Hu Po opened his mouth wide and began to devour the omnipresent mist. With the enhancement of the small energy-gathering funnels, the surrounding mist was attracted by an invisible force and continuously poured into Lu Ye's body. As the number of small energy-gathering funnels increased, the flow of mist around Lu Ye's body could be seen with the naked eye. His cultivation aptitude was indeed very poor. There was no way for him to inhale and exhale the spiritual qi of heaven and earth normally. He couldn't even draw out the spiritual qi of spirit stones. However, under his unique cultivation method and in such an environment, The benefits he could obtain were incomparable to anyone else. Back in the Dragon Spring, in the soul-cleansing pond, he had used this cultivation method to obtain benefits that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. Although he could confirm that the white fog here was of a higher grade than the Spirit Stream List's Heavenly Mystery Baptism, he couldn't tell by how much. Until now, Lu Yi revealed a look of surprise. It was because when the invisible energy from the surroundings surged into his body, every piece of his flesh and blood was wriggling slowly. This was a sign that his physique was strengthening. His mind felt as if it was floating in the clouds. His mind was also strengthening at an extremely impressive speed. Not only that, but the surging power poured into the river of spiritual qi in his body. While the river's volume increased, it also increased the speed of its flow. The heavenly mystery baptism here had the effect of increasing one's cultivation. The heavenly fortune baptism from the Spirit Stream list didn't have such an effect. During the Spirit Stream battlefield, Lu Yi had been baptized by the heavens 4 times, which had strengthened his body and mind. However, none of those baptisms had increased his cultivation base in the slightest. This place was different. Now that he thought about it, it actually made sense. Generally speaking, cultivators who could enter the Spirit Stream list had a cultivation base of the 9th heaven level. Within the Spirit Stream stage, that was the limit. Any higher, and one could only reach the Cloud River stage. Therefore, the heavenly mystery baptism of the Spirit Stream battlefield didn't have the effect of increasing one's cultivation base. Lu Yi was the first person in history to enter the Spirit Stream list with a cultivation base of the 7th heaven level, and first place with a cultivation base of the 8th heaven level. It could strengthen one's body and mind, and increase one's cultivation base. This heavenly mystery baptism was much, much better than the Spirit Stream list. He could foresee that after this, his strength would increase significantly. The only thing he didn't know was how long he would be able to cultivate here. Although this was a reward from the heavenly mystery baptism of the Spirit Stream list, it was impossible for him to cultivate here indefinitely. Realizing that, Lu Ye's thirst grew. While the few of them were cultivating here within Taimong Mountain, 2 figures flew about in a sorry state. They were Xiaoliang and Tansheng. After Lu Yi had killed the demon fox and dispelled the secret soul technique, the 2 of them had realized that they were in a bad situation. They immediately flew into the air and fled. "Brother Xia, let's take a break." Tansheng gasped for breath. Today's encounter had been like a dream. First, they had fought a bloody battle with an overlord-level monster beast. Before they had fully recovered, they had been besieged by a pack of wolves. The 2 of them were able to survive, not entirely due to luck, but more due to their powerful strength. After all, they were at the Cloud River 9th realm. Their foundation wasn't something ordinary cultivators could compare to. Even so, Tansheng was almost an arrow at the end of its flight. Although Xiaoliang still had some strength left, he couldn't hold on for much longer. Seeing Tansheng's sorry state, he nodded and said, "Then let's take a break." The 2 of them immediately descended and took out some spirit pills to recover their strength. After a while, Tansheng recovered slightly. With a face full of fear, he said, "I didn't expect that there would be such a monster beast in the Cloud River battlefield." Thinking back to the month he spent in Fox Immortal Valley, Tansheng felt like he was in a dream. When the fox demoness had planted a soul mystic technique in him to enslave his mind, he did not feel anything. It was only when the soul mystic technique was destroyed with the fox demoness death that he woke up from his dream. There are many strange things in the world. Although you and I are at the Cloud River realm, we still don't have enough experience. What I don't understand is how Lu Ye got rid of it. Considering everything that had happened before, Lu Ye had never been affected by the demon fox Immortal Valley's soul secret technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mobilized the wolf pack to attack them. Lu Ye must have planned this for a long time. Otherwise, the timing wouldn't have been so coincidental. It happened when the fox Immortal Valley was fighting the overlord monster beasts, and their strength was greatly damaged. Xiao Liang was also thinking about this problem. He voiced his suspicion. There is only one possibility. That guy's soul is strong enough to resist the demon fox's soul secret technique. The corner of Tan Sheng's eyes twitched. He's only at the Cloud River Fourth Realm. Even if his soul is strong, how strong can it be? Although he said that, he knew that this was the only reasonable explanation. The demon fox probably didn't expect that she would die at the hands of the weakest cultivator in the Fox Immortal Valley. Lu Ye did many things on the spirit stream battlefield that ordinary people can't do. He can't be underestimated. Since the last time, Xiao Liang had done an in-depth study of Lu Ye. When he saw all kinds of information about Lu Ye, he was really shocked. Since ancient times, there had never been a cultivator who could stir up such a big storm on the spirit stream battlefield. He had even single-handedly caused the sects in the core region to suffer again and again. Since ancient times, there had never been a cultivator with a Heaven Eighth Realm cultivation that occupied the spirit stream first place. Before this trip, he had already warned himself not to underestimate Lu Ye. But now, it seemed that he had underestimated him. 3 Cloud River Ninth Realm cultivators had come together for revenge. Now that Wei Kei was dead, the two of them had fled like stray dogs. Tan Sheng chuckled. Does this count as him saving our lives? Xiao Liang coldly snorted. Brother Tan, do you still want to be grateful to him? Tan Sheng's expression turned cold. How is that possible? He killed my New Moon Sect's disciples and destroyed my New Moon Sect station. How could I forget? It's just that revenge is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even if they now knew the location of Lu Ye's spirit land. So what? The spirit land was covered by a spirit array and was guarded by a pack of wolves. Not to mention the two of them. Even if they found dozens of helpers, they might not be able to succeed. With their connections, they would be able to find so many helpers. Even if there were hundreds of them, they would still be able to find them. But even so, could they really take down the spirit land and kill Lu Ye? Even if they could, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Xiao Liang clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. He couldn't understand how Lu Ye could command such a pack of wolves. He also remembered how he had carefully guided Lu Ye's cultivation of the saber every day in Fox Immortal Valley. He had even taught him the heart's eye secret technique. The sullen feeling in his heart was about to overturn rivers and seas. That dog wasn't affected by the soul secret technique at all, but he used a chicken feather as an arrow to ask him for advice on saber techniques. He was so stupid to teach him everything he knew. It's not just the two of us who want to take his life in Myriad Demon Ridge. Xiao Liang tried to calm down and said lightly, Brother Xia, you mean? Tan Sheng said thoughtfully, if we secretly spread the location of Lu Ye's spirit land, there will always be people who will find trouble with him, especially those large spirit lands. In order to expand the scale of the spirit land and improve the grade of the spirit land, they're plundering spring spirits everywhere. The grade A spring spirits are very attractive to them, and with Lu Ye, he suddenly paused. I remember that there is a spirit land nearby that is dominated by Sacred Flame sect cultivators. The Sacred Flame sect hates the Jade Blood sect more than anyone else. If those lunatics know Lu Ye's whereabouts, what do you think they will do? Chapter 596. More than 30 years ago, Sacred Flame Sect was a first-grade sect with an illustrious reputation, but now it was only a fourth-grade sect. The main reason was that all the divine Sea Realm cultivators in the sect had been killed, and the instigator was Blue Blood Sect. In the war between the two camps, 3 first-grade sects on Myriad Demon Ridge's side were forcefully knocked off their pedestals. In addition to Sacred Flame Sect, there was also Golden Cloud Hall and 100 Refinements Valley. In terms of hatred for Blue Blood Sect, these 3 forces were the most intense. When Wei Yang first met Lu Ye, she had mentioned these 3 sects to him. Tan Sheng's eyes lit up when he heard this, driving the wolf to swallow the tiger, reaping the benefits of the fisherman. Brother Xia's plan is good. With their strength alone, there was no way they could pose any threat to Lu Yi. However, it was unrealistic for them to invite helpers for revenge. If they really did that, there would definitely be many casualties. After all, there were so many monster wolves in Lu Ye's spirit land. However, if those from Sacred Flame Sect knew about the situation in Lu Ye's spirit land, they would definitely take action. At that time, the two of them could hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to take action. At the very least, they would be able to get a share of the pie. As for how to pass the news to Sacred Flame Sect without leaving a trace, it was naturally not difficult for the two of them. After a short rest, the two of them took off on their artifacts again and flew towards the periphery of Tai Mang Mountain. Along the way, they began to send out messages. Time passed. In the place of the heavens baptism, Lu Yi and the others cultivated separately. Originally, Lu Yi thought that he wouldn't be able to stay in this place for long, but to his surprise, until 3 days later, suddenly, a powerful repulsive force came from all directions. He quickly got up. Before Lu Yi could do anything else, his vision suddenly blurred. He appeared directly on the altar. His body couldn't help but stagger. He hurriedly steadied himself. Looking up, Li Baxian, Feng Yuchan, Zhu and Hupa Yi were all expelled, their spirit qi surging. And judging from the spirit qi fluctuations on their bodies, their cultivation had obviously improved. Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan were originally 5th Order Cloud River Realm, but now they were 6th Order. It had only been a month since their last breakthrough. The auras of Yi and Hupa had also reached the level of a 4th Order Master. Lu Yi and Zhu Jia had both reached the 5th Order. Lu Yi had broken through a day ago. His cultivation speed in the baptism area was even higher than using the golden spirit stick. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he would have found it hard to believe. Little junior brother, do you feel it? Li Baxian gently clenched his fist, then opened it, then clenched it again, as if he was experiencing the increase in his strength. Lu Yi nodded. During these 3 days, he felt it the most clearly because he didn't need to immerse himself in cultivation. With the small spirit gathering funnel continuously working, he didn't need to do anything. Naturally, he could continuously devour the white mist, and his efficiency was much higher than others. Li Baxian and the others were different. They had been immersed in their cultivation, and only now did they feel the changes in their bodies. This time, not only did his cultivation increase, but his body and mind had also become stronger. Moreover, the speed of the spirit qi river in his body had also become faster. Compared to before, the speed of the spirit qi river had increased by at least 30%. This was clearly the benefit of the heavenly fate baptism. An increase in cultivation meant an increase in strength, and with the strengthening of the spirit qi river and the strengthening of the spirit qi river, one's strength skyrocketed. It could be said that this time's cultivation wasn't as simple as just increasing a minor realm for everyone. Compared to 3 days ago, the change in their strength could be said to be earth-shaking. However, strength couldn't be reflected without experiencing a real life or death battle. So Lu Yi didn't know what level his current strength was at. Li Baxian still had a look of disbelief on his face. After a while, he sighed. The ancients say that when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs can ascend to heaven. This time, it's all thanks to little junior brother killing that fox monster. If Lu Yi hadn't obtained the reward from the heavenly fate baptism for killing the fox monster, they wouldn't have had such an opportunity. As for the 1,000 mid-rank spirit stones they consumed to activate the altar, compared to the benefits they obtained, it was nothing. Forget 1,000, even 10,000 mid-rank spirit stones wouldn't be enough. What are you talking about, senior brother? I'm not. Feng Yuechan pouted, looking unhappy. Li Baxian laughed loudly. That's exactly what I mean. Feng Yuechan smiled sweetly and turned to look at Lu Yi. But I really have to thank you this time, Junior Brother Lu. With this opportunity, our future path of cultivation will definitely be easier and wider. These words were not wrong. Although the Cloud River tier was not the basic cultivation level for cultivators, the cultivation level of the Cloud River tier could not be considered high. The benefits that they had obtained this time could be said to have laid down a more solid foundation, which would be greatly beneficial to their future cultivation. We're family, senior sister. There's no need to be so formal, Lu Yi said with a smile. Feng Yuechan clearly misunderstood, and she looked up at Li Baxian, 2 streaks of red appearing on her face. This altar. Li Baxian turned to look at the altar. He originally wanted to wait a few days for his cultivation base to stabilize before coming back to cultivate. But when he looked at it, he found that the altar had already been shattered, and he swallowed the words he was about to say. Lu Yi also noticed the changes to the altar, and he said thoughtfully, "Looks like the reward from the heavenly fate baptism is a one-time thing." Speaking of which, even if the altar was not damaged, without the golden seal from Tianji, there was no way to reactivate the altar. Furthermore, there was such an altar in the depths of Fox Immortal Valley. From the looks of it, it was a reward prepared by the heavens. Let's return to the spiritual land, Li Baxian said. With the altar destroyed, there was no need to stay in Fox Immortal Valley. A moment later, a few streams of light shot up into the sky and headed straight for the spiritual land. On the ground, the pack of wolves followed closely behind. Little junior brother, is there something on your mind? Li Baxian leaned over and asked. Lu Yi said, Tan Sheng and Xiaoliang are not dead. The location of the spiritual land has been exposed. They will definitely make a comeback. Li Baxian's expression also sank. It was indeed a pity that they could not kill Xiaoliang and Tan Sheng. When Feng Yuechan and Giant Armor led the pack of wolves to help, they had already ordered the wolves to only surround them and not kill them except for Xiaoliang and Tan Sheng, because there was no way to determine which camp the others belonged to. If they really fought to the death, the wolf pack would definitely suffer a lot of losses. Although the order was given, the wolves were not cultivators and their intelligence was not high. At that time, Feng Yuechan had to restrain Li Baxian, and Giant Armor was enslaved by the fox demon using a soul secret technique. In the chaos, Tan Sheng and Xiaoliang managed to survive. After all, the 2 of them were 9th order cultivators and were not easy to kill. Last time, they were unaware of the existence of the wolf pack and suffered a great loss. Not only were the 2 of them seriously injured, even Wei Kei was killed. Now, they were clear about the power of the spiritual land. If they really wanted to make a comeback, they would definitely be prepared. It might not be that bad. Li Baxian shook his head. What do you mean? Li Baxian said, since they know about the power of our spiritual land, they must also know that it is useless to bring fewer people. But even if they bring enough people, they will definitely suffer heavy casualties. This is something they can't accept. If they want to crush our spiritual land, they will need at least 100 people. What if they really bring 100 people? Li Baxian frowned slightly. They won't. Just the hatred between them may not make them act like this. But senior brother, don't forget that I still have a huge bounty on my head. Since ancient times, wealth has moved people's hearts. Taking a step back, even if they simply leak the location of the spiritual land, we will have endless trouble in the future. Little junior brother means Lu Yi fell silent. He thought that the spiritual land was located in the depths of Taimang Mountain and was guarded by the wolf pack, so he could sit back and relax. But he did not expect that it would be so troublesome in such a short time. Thinking back to the C-grade spiritual land he obtained last time, he was not able to occupy it for long. In the end, after entering the myriad beast realm's secret realm, it was robbed. In any case, he was someone who was blessed by the heavens. So why did it seem like he was not fated to have a spiritual land? There are 2 options: move the spiritual land or leave a way out. Move the spiritual land. Li Baxian shook his head. There is a Tianji pillar in the spiritual land that little junior brother brought. If we move it, we will waste 100,000 contribution points. Moreover, moving the spiritual land will cause the spring spirit's grade to drop. Lu Yi was stunned. Moving the spiritual land will cause the spring spirit's grade to drop. He really did not know about this. Li Baxian nodded. Although there is a way to take the spring spirit out again. Every time it is taken out, the spring spirit's grade will drop by a grade. In other words, if we move the spiritual land, we will only get AB grade, spiritual land, and lose a Tianji pillar. In other words, when the spring spirit of the C grade spiritual land was stolen, they could only get a D grade spring spirit. What a waste! So unless we have no other choice, we should not move the spiritual land. Lu Yi nodded. Then we can only leave a way out. After we return, I will arrange a few more transmission arrays, just in case. With the transmission arrays, even if the spiritual land was really breached, their safety would be guaranteed to a certain extent. In the hunting ground, when Lu Yi was a third-order river realm cultivator, the transmission arrays he arranged could cover a range of 200 kilometers. Now that he had broken through to the fifth order and his foundation had greatly improved, the range he could cover was certainly wider. No matter what Tan Sheng and Xiaoliang planned to do, it was not a bad thing to take care of things here first. After discussing with Li Baxian for a while, Lu Ye's plan slowly became clear. Flying all the way, it was not until dusk that returning Heaven Valley came into view. After not returning for a few days, the spiritual land was unguarded. Fortunately, the spirit array Lu Yi had arranged before was still operating perfectly, so there were no signs of the spiritual land being attacked. Chapter 597. The spiritual land was unharmed. After all, this was the depths of Taimong Mountain. Even if there were cultivators passing by, with the concealment of the array set up by Lu Yi, they might not be able to detect anything. Activating the jade pendant, they each entered. The beautiful scenery was imprinted in their eyes. On the soft green grass, many wolf pups that had not yet grown up were playing around. There were not many adult wolves left in the spiritual land, only a dozen or so. When they noticed the commotion, they all looked over. But when they confirmed that it was Lu Yi and the others who had returned, they no longer paid attention to them. 4 or 5 hours later, all the wolves returned. The demon wolves could not fly, so they were much slower than Lu Yi and the others. At this moment, Lu Yi was standing in front of the Tianji pillar. His mind was connected to the Tianji treasure house, and he bought a lot of materials from the Tianji treasure house. The location of the spiritual land had been exposed. Tan Sheng and Xiaoliang would not let it go. It could be foreseen that it would not be long before the cultivators of the Myriad Devil Ridge came to attack. Since they had decided to stay in the spiritual land, the necessary array needed to be set up, especially the teleportation array. Although the spiritual land had the Tianji pillar invited by Lu Yi, and everyone could return to the 9 regions at any time, teleportation arrays, setting up a few, was not a bad thing. After buying the materials, Lu Yi began to refine the array flags. He had just refined a lot of array flags in the Fox Immortal Valley some time ago. However, they had all been consumed. The result was to help the fox demon kill the berserk giant ape. After a few days, he began to refine the array flags again. The feeling was completely different. It was easier to refine. This was not only the result of one level of cultivation increase, but also because his mind had become stronger. The stronger the mind, the more subtle the control of spiritual power. A few days ago, he could refine 2 array flags. Now he could refine 3. The efficiency had improved a lot. Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan were responsible for finding a suitable place to set up the teleportation array. As for the giant armor, it could not help much. It was good enough that it did not cause trouble. Since returning, it had been in a state of cultivation. While they were busy here, in another valley, less than 3,000 miles away from the Huitian Valley, a large array covered it. From time to time, Cultivators came in and out. This place was the Holy Eve spiritual land. Even on the 10 maps sold by the Tianji Business Alliance, this spiritual land was marked. The Holy Eve spiritual land had already existed in the Cloudy River battlefield for more than 20 years, and was considered one of the more famous spiritual lands in the vicinity. Compared to the spiritual land of Lu Yi and the others, the Holy Eve spiritual land was undoubtedly a large spiritual land. After more than 20 years of development, the scale of the spiritual land had been constantly expanding. Now, the entire spiritual land had more than 100 cultivators. In the entire Cloud River battlefield, there were not many spiritual land that was larger than the Holy Eve spiritual land. What was even rarer was that a few years ago, the Holy Eve spiritual land had been promoted from a B-class spiritual land to an A-class spiritual land. The grade of the spiritual land could be upgraded, and the scale could also be expanded. All it needed to do was to integrate more spring spirits. Take Lu Ye's spiritual land, for example. A grade spiritual land was indeed the highest grade spiritual land, but if Lu Yi could get spring spirits of other grades and place them in the spiritual spring, then although the grade of the spiritual land would not be upgraded, the scale could be expanded. The higher the grade of the spring spirit integrated, the more the scale could be expanded. In this way, it could accommodate more cultivators to stay and cultivate. Basically, the large-scale spiritual lands in the Cloudy River battlefield were developed step by step like this. Many sects had their own spiritual lands, which were passed down through generations of cultivators. This had an extremely long-term significance to the development of the sect, because as long as the cultivators of the sect reached the Cloud River realm, they could enter the spiritual land to cultivate in peace. However, for many cultivators, although it was safe to cultivate in the spiritual land, it was also a shackle. If it was too safe, there would be less struggle, and it would also cause them to lose their drive. Therefore, even if it was a sect that had a spiritual land inheritance, the cultivators would not always stay in the spiritual land. Every few days, they would go out to gain experience. The Holy Eve spiritual land was not the spiritual land of one sect, but two. One was the Sacred Flame sect, and the other was the Vast Universe sect. Both were sects of the Myriad Demon Ridge, and they were both in Yu Province, so they had a good relationship with each other. When their disciples arrived at the Cloudy River battlefield, they would naturally help each other. Currently, the cultivators in the Holy Eve spiritual land were led by 2 Ninth Order cultivators. One was Hua Liao Yuan of the Sacred Flame sect, and the other was Tu Guanxiong of the Vast Universe sect. 2 Ninth Order cultivators in a spiritual land with over 100 cultivators was a very small proportion. It was not that the two sects only had 2 Ninth Order Cloud River Realm cultivators. No matter how weak these two sects were, they were still 4th or 5th grade sects. How could they only have 2 Ninth Order Cloud River Realm cultivators? It was just that Cloud River Realm cultivators did not stay in the Cloudy River battlefield all year round, especially after their cultivation reached a high level. They would spend most of their time in the 9 provinces. Increasing their cultivation was secondary, and tempering themselves was more important. If they did not need to stay in the spiritual land and take care of their junior brothers and sisters, they would not stay in the spiritual land all year round. Even if they stayed in the spiritual land for 3 months, other 9th Order Cloud River Realm cultivators would replace them when the time was up. In the secret room, while Liao Yuan was cultivating, suddenly there was a movement from the battlefield imprint. He did not check it immediately and just sat there quietly. After a stick of incense worth of time, he slowly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Lifting his hand, he touched the battlefield imprint and checked it. Hua Liao Yuan's expression changed slightly. This message was sent by a junior brother of his who was traveling in the Cloudy River battlefield. The content of the message made him very interested. After thinking for a moment, he sent out a message and hurriedly got up. Walking out of the secret room, he went straight to another room. Before he knocked, The door opened by itself, and a figure appeared in front of him. It was the other Ninth Order Cloud River Realm cultivator in the spiritual land, Tu Guanxiong. Welcoming Hua Liao Yuan in, Tu Guanxiong asked, "Senior Brother Hua, is the news reliable?" "It was sent by Nan Cheng from the outside. It is not conclusive, so I can't be sure," Hua Liao Yuan replied. Tu Guanxiong thought for a moment and remembered who the Nan Cheng was. The two Ninth Order Cloud River Realm cultivators in the two sects were not limited to just the two of them. Naturally, there were more than 100 Cloud River Realm cultivators in the two sects. However, the spiritual land could only accommodate 100 people, so more disciples were scattered around the cloudy river battlefield to search for opportunities on their own. Where did he get the news from? Tu Guanxiong asked again. Hua Liao Yuan said. Someone sent him a message, and the person who received the news also heard it from somewhere else. The news has been passed around a few times, so it is impossible to determine the source. Senior Brother Hua, how credible do you think this news is? It is hard to believe any news without seeing it with your own eyes. However, since it is related to Luya, it is worth investigating. However, what I am concerned about is that the information in the news is too detailed. The information he received was not only about Lu Yi's current location, but also the various forces in the spiritual land, including the cultivation of Li Baxian and the others, as well as the large number of wolves. Senior Brother Hua, are you suspecting? Tu Guanxiong said thoughtfully. If I am not wrong, someone must have suffered a great loss at the hands of Luya, but there is no hope for revenge, so they want to kill him with a borrowed knife. He paused for a moment. There are nearly 300 monster wolves. Luya is not from the beast-taming school, so how can he control them? Even if he was from the beast-taming school, it was impossible for him to control so many monster wolves. If that is the case, we may not be able to handle it. Tu Guanxiong was worried, but he knew about the grudge between the Sacred Flame Sect and the Jade Blood Sect. In addition, Luya had a huge bounty on his head, so he knew that Hua Liao Yuan must be tempted. Otherwise, he would not have come to discuss this matter with him. Not to mention Hua Liao Yuan, even Yang Kai himself was tempted. After the last hunting ground incident, Luya went to the Spirit Stream battlefield and extorted a huge amount of resources from the great sects of Myriad Demon Ridge. So Myriad Demon Ridge's bounty on him had increased significantly. These days, countless people had been searching for Luya's whereabouts in the Cloud River battlefield, but unfortunately they had found nothing. No one knew where he was, but now that they knew his exact location, who wouldn't be tempted? If this news were to spread, it would only take a few days for that place to be overcrowded. The person who secretly leaked the news did not choose to spread it out, but instead accurately passed it on to the Sacred Flame Sect. Obviously, he was not willing to give up. There are indeed a lot of monster wolves, but as long as we plan properly, we may have a chance to kill Luya. Luya was just a third-order cultivator some time ago, so even if he received the reward from the hunting grounds hunting list, his cultivation wouldn't have changed too much. Against such an enemy, as long as they found the opportunity, they could kill him in one strike. Why bother with a pack of wolves? No matter what, let's send someone to investigate first. We have to make sure the news is reliable. As for someone who wants to reap the benefits, Hua Liao Yuan's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. That depends on whether he has the ability to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. The other party was acting so sneakily, so he was obviously alone. What did they have to fear with the strength of the entire spirit land? I understand. Tu Guanxiong responded and immediately sent a message. Naturally, a ghost cultivator was needed to find someone to investigate. 99% of the Sacred Flame Sect's disciples were Dharma cultivators, so they couldn't find a single ghost cultivator. They could only send someone from the Huan Yu sect. Not long after, a short and thin man stepped in. Senior Brother Tu, Senior Brother Hua. Tu Guanxiong said, Yen Gui, There's a place you need to investigate. The ghost cultivator named Yengue said, "Please tell me, senior brother. Returning Heaven Valley." Yengue took out the 10-point map and checked it. After locating the location of Returning Heaven Valley, he raised his eyebrows and said, "This place is deep in the Great Mang Mountains. Senior brothers, what's there?" "You'll know when you get there." Tu Guanxiong didn't say it out loud, as he was afraid of giving his junior brother a preconceived impression. "Remember, investigate it carefully and pay attention to your safety. That place might be dangerous." Yengue didn't mind. "Don't worry, senior brother. I'll be careful." Although his cultivation wasn't high, he was still a 7th-order Cloud River realm cultivator. Moreover, as a ghost cultivator, he was best at hiding. Spying for information was a piece of cake for him. "If you find anything, report it immediately." "Yes." Yengue accepted the order and left. He left the room and flew up into the sky on his artifact. Chapter 598. Lu Ye's cultivation had advanced by a level, and with the benefits of the Heaven Fate baptism, the efficiency of refining array chess had greatly increased. In just 2 days, Lu Yi had nearly 300 more array flags. Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan had also found a few suitable locations to set up a transmission array. With the consumption of a large number of array flags, the array was formed one by one. Soon, the 300 array flags were all used up. On the 4th day after returning from Fox Immortal Valley, Lu Yi was refining more array flags when he suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction outside the spirit land. The next moment, he stood up and rushed straight out of the spirit land. The moment his figure rushed out of the protective array, the concealment and aura concealment spirit runes were already on his body. His figure quickly disappeared. Less than a mile away from the spirit land, Yengue hid his figure and quietly hid behind a big tree. After receiving Tu Guanxiong's order, he rushed all the way here. With his 7th-order Cloud River realm cultivation, it shouldn't have taken him 4 days to reach here. However, this place was deep in the Great Mang Mountains after all. There were many dangers along the way. Fortunately, he was a ghost cultivator and could avoid many unnecessary battles. It was just a delay in time. He had just arrived at Returning Sky Valley today, but he didn't expect to trigger an alarm array not long after he arrived here. He immediately distanced himself from the alarm array and hid in the dark to observe silently. Tu Guanxiong only asked him to investigate the situation in Returning Sky Valley. He didn't specify what was here, but for Tu Guanxiong and Fire Prairie to pay so much attention, it was obvious that Returning Sky Valley was hiding some secrets. Since there was an alarm array, there must be someone who set up the array. Who was hiding here? Now that he had triggered the alarm array, the person who set up the array would definitely come over to investigate. When the time came, he would know. But what made him feel strange was, after waiting for a long time, there was no sign of anyone. Thousands of feet away from him, Lu Yi hid his figure and secretly observed. There were no traces of wild beasts or monster beasts around, and there was no abnormality in his field of vision. Someone had been here. And judging from the current situation, there was a high probability that it was a ghost cultivator. He rushed out the moment the array was triggered, but there was still no trace of the other party. The other party was obviously hiding. This ghost cultivator was a cautious person. Someone invited by Tan Sheng and Xiaoliang? It didn't seem like it. These two knew the situation of the spirit land like the back of their hands. Why would they invite a ghost cultivator over? Was he just passing by? Maybe it wasn't. Lu Yi moved slowly, not revealing his aura at all as he quietly scanned his surroundings. Now that his mental strength had increased significantly, even without the help of the insight spirit inscriptions, he would be able to detect any abnormalities within a radius of 300 feet. 1 cup of tea, 1 stick of incense. The game in the dark began quietly. It wasn't until nearly an hour later that Lu Yi suddenly turned his head and looked behind a large tree. Over there was something strange. With the enhancement of the Insight Spirit tattoo, his vision changed and colorful lights started to flow. As expected, behind the big tree, the colorful lights shuttled back and forth, outlining the outline of a short figure. He stealthily crept up. Yengue suddenly had a feeling of uneasiness, although this feeling was very faint. As a ghost cultivator who often appeared in dangerous places, he had always been a cautious person. If not for this, Tu Guanxiong would not have let him come alone to investigate the situation. He immediately held his breath and concentrated, silently sensing the surroundings to search for the source of the uneasy feeling. At this moment, there was a sudden fluctuation of spiritual energy behind him. Without thinking, he hurriedly turned around and blocked the attack with the curved sword in his hand. Not far behind him, a figure had appeared out of nowhere. When the fiery red sword light slashed down, Yengue felt a huge force coming from the front along with the explosion of spiritual energy. He could not help but fly backward as his blood and qi surged in his chest. With his concealment broken, he was also exposed. In midair, he clearly saw the face of the person who ambushed him. With a glance, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Lu Ye!" So that was it. No wonder Senior Brother Tu and Senior Brother Hua asked him to investigate the situation here. It turned out that this was where Lu Ye was hiding. He had seen Lu Ye's image before. The Holy Eve spiritual land was dominated by the Sacred Fire sect, and the Sacred Fire sect had a deep grudge with the Jade Blood sect. Previously, Hu Liao Yuan had found an image recording stone from somewhere and recorded Lu Ye's image. Hua Liao Yuan's action was undoubtedly to let all the disciples of the Sacred Fire sect remember Lu Ye's appearance. Therefore, even if he had never seen Lu Yi before, Yengue recognized him at a glance. His heart was filled with excitement, but what followed was endless shock. A storm of saber force enveloped him as the saber light carried the aura of death. Yengue retreated again and again. In a short time, the web between his thumb and forefinger split open. His arm went numb, and the spiritual energy in his body surged. This guy, how is he so strong? Although he was a ghost cultivator and was not good at fighting head-on, he was still a 7th-order cultivator. The spiritual energy fluctuations from Lu Ye were only at the 5th order, so he could not resist at all. Facing the violent saber force, he could not help but feel like he was being crushed. "I'll die." This horrifying thought uncontrollably popped up in his heart. The excitement on Yengue's face had long disappeared, leaving only fear and panic. Lu Yi did not use his full strength when he first slashed out because he was not sure which camp this person was from. However, when Yengue blurted out his name, the other party's position was very clear. Since he recognized him, he naturally knew his background. If the other party was from Grand Heaven Alliance, he would take the initiative to reveal the light of his battlefield mark. If he did not, then he was from Myriad Demon Ridge. Therefore, from the second slash, Lu Yi did not hold back at all. A tearing sound rang out, accompanied by Yengue's scream. The clothes on his chest were torn, and a bloody wound appeared. Under the pain, Yengue's defense became more and more chaotic. Lu Yi took advantage of the situation and slashed down again. This time, Yengue was almost beheaded. Fortunately, he raised his spirit artifact at the last moment to block the attack. Even so, his body was sent flying, blood splattering in the air. Landing in a sorry state, Yengue did not escape immediately. Instead, he raised his hand and pressed it on his battlefield mark. He did not know why Lu Ye was so strong, but he knew that he had been exposed. This time he was doomed. Since that was the case, he had to send the news back no matter what. He could not die in vain. He did not even have the slightest intention of begging for mercy, because he knew that begging for mercy would only bring him greater humiliation and torture. However, in the next moment, his heart violently contracted, and his strength and vitality rapidly dissipated. Looking down, he saw a flaming long saber piercing his chest. The violent spirit energy exploded in his body, causing him to vomit blood and stagger. The light in his eyes quickly dimmed. When Lu Yi pulled out his saber, his body fell forward. Shaking off the blood on the mountain coiling saber, Lu Yi sheathed it. A red light flew out from the corpse of the ghost cultivator in front of him and landed on the back of Lu Ye's hand like a firefly. Frowning at the corpse in front of him, Lu Yi suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated his current strength. Even if the other party was a ghost cultivator who was not good at fighting head-on, he was still a 7th Order realm cultivator. Facing his current strength, he could not resist at all. Thinking back to the 7th Order weapon cultivator in the hunting ground, he had gone all out against Li Ba Xian and Feng Yuchan. In the end, if he had not successfully activated his beast transformation secret technique, it was obvious who would have won. In just 2 months, the 7th Order weapon cultivator who could force the three of them to go all out could not even last 30 breaths in front of him. The growth of his strength could be described as earth-shattering. Of course, in the hunting ground, he was only a 3rd Order Cloud River realm cultivator. Although it had only been 2 months, his cultivation had jumped 2 minor realms, reaching the 5th Order Cloud River realm. But it was undeniable that the Heaven's Fate baptism in the altar of Fox Immortal Valley had strengthened his foundation by a lot, especially the increase in the flow of spirit energy in his body. The faster the spirit energy in a cultivator's body flowed, the stronger the strength he could erupt with. Li Ba Xian and Feng Yuchan arrived together. Seeing the corpse in front of them, Li Ba Xian asked, "What happened?" Lu Yi said, "Someone came to spy on the situation." Li Ba Xian frowned. "Xiaoliang? Tan Sheng?" But then he denied it. "That's not right. They know the situation of the spirit land very well. There's no need for them to send someone to spy on it. Are they just passing by?" "It doesn't seem like it." Lu Yi shook his head. If he was just passing by, there was no reason for him to accurately locate Huitian Valley. Recalling the ghost cultivator's reaction when he saw Lu Ye's appearance, Lu Yi felt that this ghost cultivator was sent here to gather information without knowing anything. Lu Yi raised his hand, and with a surge of spirit energy, he grabbed the 2 storage bags on the corpse. In just a moment, the seal on the storage bags was opened. Lu Yi rummaged through them and soon found a jade token that looked like an identity card. On the front, there was a picture of a palace with a big word engraved in the middle of the palace. Huan. Looking at the back, it should be the name of the dead ghost cultivator, Yan Gui. Lu Yi threw the jade token to Li Ba Xian. Li Ba Xian looked at it and said thoughtfully, "It might be someone from Huan Yu sect." Huan Yu sect. Lu Yi thought carefully and reluctantly remembered that this should be a 5th-rank sect. When he was in the inner circle of the battlefield, he saw this sect's encampment marked on the map. Holy Eve's spiritual land. Li Ba Xian murmured again. "What?" Li Ba Xian took out the map and checked it. He frowned and said, "If it's someone from Huan Yu sect, then he might be from Holy Eve's spiritual land." Holy Eve's spiritual land is a spiritual land shared by Huan Yu sect and another force from Wanma Ridge. It's a large spiritual land and is marked on the map. It's only 2,000 to 3,000 miles away from us. 2,000 to 3,000 miles was undoubtedly a very long distance for Spirit Stream realm cultivators. But for Cloud River realm cultivators, it was nothing. With Lu Ye's current speed, even if he flew at full speed, it would only take about a day. Chapter 599. Little junior brother should be familiar with the other force from Myriad Demon Ridge. Which one? Sacred Flame Sect. Lu Yi was not unfamiliar with this force. The first time he came into contact with them, they had left a deep impression on Lu Yi. It was at the Golden Dome of the Spirit Stream battlefield. His last battle was against a Sacred Flame Sect Saintess who had broken her spirit aperture and dropped her cultivation from the 7th Order to the 6th Order. That battle could be said to be extremely tragic. In the end, both sides were like oil lamps that ran out of oil. In the end, he used up the last bit of spirit energy in his body. He had to use the fire phoenix technique to kill her. Later, in the inner circle of the battlefield, when the Grand Heaven Alliance coalition army was formed, Lu Yi deliberately led the coalition army to break into Sacred Flame Sect's encampment because Big Senior Sister said that Sacred Flame Sect and Blue Blood Sect had a great grudge. Suddenly, someone suspected to be from Universe Sect appeared here, and 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers away, there was a Holy Eve spirit land jointly controlled by Sacred Flame Sect and Universe Sect. Li Baxian couldn't help but make a lot of connections. If this person is really from Holy Eve Spirit Land, then we may have a lot of trouble in the near future, Li Baxian said. Without mentioning anything else, such a large first-grade sect had been beaten to the point where it dropped in rank and only recovered to rank 4 today. This kind of hatred could not be resolved. Once the people of the Sacred Flame Sect knew of Lu Ye's current position, they would definitely take action. Let's act according to the circumstances. Lu Ye's eyes flashed. He originally thought that with a spiritual land, he would be able to cultivate in peace with Li Baxian and the others. But who would have thought that things would not go as he wished? Not long after, Xiaoliang, Tan Sheng, and the others had attacked, and now he might be targeted by the Holy Eve spiritual land. Lu Yi didn't panic. The spirit land had the Heaven's Fate Pillar he invited, and there were many spirit arrays and wolf packs guarding it. The worst outcome was nothing more than the spirit land being destroyed. He, Li Baxian, and the others would be forced to return to the 9 provinces. Did this person send a message before he died? Li Baxian asked. Lu Yi nodded, yes. But whether it was successful or not, I don't know. When the guy named Yan Gue sensed that something was wrong, he suddenly raised his hand and touched his battlefield mark. Although Lu Yi quickly killed him, Lu Yi didn't know whether he succeeded or not. Let's prepare for the worst and make the most appropriate response, Li Baxian said, and the 3 of them quickly returned to the spiritual land. Hoopa was sleeping soundly. The reason for this was because Lu Yi had fed him the demonic core of the overlord-level demonic beast. He had already opened the storage pouch he got from the fox demon. His harvest was quite bountiful. Just the Yao cores alone numbered in the hundreds. Thinking about how the fox demoness had been domineering in Fox Immortal Valley for 20 years, it was not surprising that she had accumulated so many demon cores. Hoopa had consumed many monster cores in the past, but he had never had much of a reaction. This time, after swallowing the monster core of the berserk giant ape, he fell into a deep sleep not long after. It was obvious that the monster core contained too much power, and Hoopa needed to sleep to refine it. This caused Yi to enter a state of silence as well. However, Lu Yi was looking forward to it. With Hoopa's strange reaction this time, Hoopa would definitely reap a lot of benefits when he woke up. Perhaps he could even break through again. Holy Eve's spiritual land. Tu Guanxiong suddenly felt a reaction from the battlefield imprint and hurriedly checked it. He found that it was a message from Yan Gue, who had left a few days ago. The message was very simple and only had 3 words. Lu Ye, it was not that Yan Gue did not want to send more messages, but there was no time. Sending these 3 words was already his limit. Moreover, just as Tu Guanxiong finished checking this unclear information, Yan Gui's battlefield imprint completely disappeared. Tu Guanxiong's face changed drastically. The disappearance of the battlefield imprint undoubtedly meant that Yan Gue had fallen. This was something he never expected. Yan Gue was a 7th order cultivator, and as a ghost cultivator, he was best at concealment, as long as he did not expose himself. Even if he encountered a 9th order Cloud River Realm cultivator, he would not be in too much danger. This was also the reason why he was relieved to let Yan Gue go. He only went to returning Sky Valley to investigate the situation, so how could he have fallen? However, the last message from Yan Gue undoubtedly stated that he had seen Lu Ye. In other words, the information Hua Liao Prairie obtained before was true. Lu Ye was in returning Sky Valley. Damn it. Tu Guanxiong gritted his teeth. His junior brother's inexplicable death pained him greatly. Suppressing the grief in his heart, Tu Guanxiong walked out of the room and found Hua Liao Prairie. He told him about Yen Gui's encounter. Hua Liao Prairie was astonished. Yen Gui is dead? Tu Guanxiong replied in a deep voice, he's dead. The disappearance of the battlefield imprint was the most conclusive proof. Hua Liao Prairie's mouth twitched, but he could only say in the end, my condolences. Yen Gui can't die in vain, Tu Guanxiong said coldly. Hua Liao Prairie nodded. Of course not. Since Lu Ye is in returning Sky Valley, I'll bring some people to kill him. Since the information about Lu Ye in returning Sky Valley is true, the rest shouldn't be false. A few hundred monster wolves are not easy to deal with. Brother Hua, we may not be able to succeed with fewer people. Hua Liao Prairie nodded. Don't worry, I'll send a message to the nearby disciples of Sacred Flame sect to gather at returning Sky Valley. In addition, I'll bring half of the people from the spirit land with me. Half of the cultivators from the spiritual land would be 50 people. If the cultivators gathered by the Sacred Flame sect were included, they could easily form a lineup of 100 people. Such a lineup could deal with the Huitian Valley if the information they had was correct. Bring 70%, Tu Guanxiong said. Since we're going to attack, we'll crush them with absolute power. Hua Liao Prairie wanted to say that there was no need, but seeing the hatred in Tu Guanxiong's eyes, he finally nodded. Then I'll listen to Brother Tuesday. I'll kill Lu Ye with my own hands and bring his head back. Tu Guanxiong said, Brother Hua, don't be careless. Last time in the hunting ground, Lu Ye used the divine pillar to escape back to the 9 states. Now he may be able to use the divine pillar again. I've heard about what happened in the hunting ground. The biggest reason he could escape back then was not the divine pillar, but the golden body token's protection. This time, he doesn't have the golden body token. Even if he uses the divine pillar, he may not be able to escape back to the 9 states. As Hua Liao Prairie said this, a cold smile appeared on his face. Moreover, Brother Tu, don't forget that I still have that thing. As long as I find a chance, he'll definitely die. Tu Guanxiong was startled at first, but then he seemed to remember something and nodded. That's true, but it's a waste to use it on Lu Ye. I'll act according to the situation. Brother Tu, just wait for my good news. After making his decision, Hua Liao Prairie immediately took action. Those who were not cultivating in seclusion in the spiritual land were immediately gathered, and 70% of them were taken. Then Hua Liao Prairie continuously sent messages to the outside world, gathering the disciples of the Sacred Flame sect who were scattered outside and gathering them at the periphery of the Taimong Mountains. After only an hour, a huge spirit boat took to the air and flew in the direction of the Taimong Mountains. In the spiritual stream battlefield, such large spirit boats that could carry many cultivators were not rare, especially in the inner and core circles. Basically, every sect had one. Although such a large spirit boat could not fly as fast as a small flying spirit boat, it was not much slower. It was a necessary tool for a sect or a force to travel. However, in the Cloud River battlefield, this kind of large-scale flying spirit tool was very rare. This was because Cloud River tier cultivators rarely gathered in large groups. Only a few large-scale spiritual lands would be equipped with such a flying spirit tool in case of emergency. Tu Guanxiong watched as the spirit boat left. Although he wanted to take revenge personally, someone had to stay in the spiritual land. Between him and Hua Liao Prairie, one of them had to stay behind. Moreover, Hua Liao Prairie still had that thing, so he could only let Hua Liao Prairie lead the way. When the spirit boat set off, there were 2 pairs of eyes watching silently from dozens of miles away. They were Xiaoliang and Tansheng. After a few days of recuperation, the 2 of them had basically recovered. Brother Xiao's prediction is amazing. As expected, the Holy Eve's spiritual land could not hold back and made a big move. Moreover, it seems that the news has not been completely leaked. Xia Liang snorted. Wealth moves people's hearts. How could they bear to let the news leak? When the time comes, everyone will want a piece of the pie. Let's go too. Let's go. The two of them did not follow behind the spirit boat of the Holy Eve's spiritual land. After all, they already knew the location of Huitian Valley, so they could arrive there first and wait quietly. In the spiritual land, it was quiet. Li Baxian and the others were cultivating. Hoop was still in a deep sleep. Lu Yi held a broken arrow in his hand, turning it over and over to examine it. This broken arrow was Wei Kei's. When he was about to die, he used this broken arrow. Its power was so great that even the body of the giant armor could not withstand the damage of this broken arrow and was directly pierced through. Afterward, Lu Yi and Li Baxian chased after the heavily injured Tan Sheng and Xia Liang. Feng Yuechan stayed behind to look after the giant armor and put away the broken arrow. This thing looked quite old. It was unknown where Wei Kei found it. However, according to Feng Yuechan, this broken arrow was a rare treasure. The so-called exotic treasure was a treasure whose quality could not be judged by ordinary rules. For example, the golden body token used by Lu Yi in the hunting ground, or even the tracing disc used by Tan Sheng to track his position, were rare treasures. There were many exotic treasures in the 9 continents. Most of them came from secret realms, and some were bestowed by the heavens. However, as long as it was related to exotic treasures, it could not be judged by common sense. They often had all kinds of strange functions. Take this broken arrow, for example. According to Lu Ye's investigation, there were not many barriers on it. At most, it was equivalent to a top-grade spirit artifact. However, there was no top-grade spirit artifact that could display such powerful killing power. One had to know that even the giant armor's protection could not block this broken arrow. Moreover, this was only a broken arrow. It was hard to imagine what kind of power it could display if it was complete. There was a crack on the broken arrow, so it shouldn't be used much more than a few times. The reason why Feng Yuechan gave it to Lu Yi was because the amount of spirit qi required to activate it was simply too great. Even with her 6th order Cloud River realm cultivation, if she really wanted to activate the power of this broken arrow, she would have to exhaust all of her spirit qi. Therefore, it was difficult for this thing to display its power in her hands. Chapter 600. Wei Kei was a 9th order Cloud River realm cultivator, so he had much more spirit energy than Feng Yuechan. If he had any other choice, he would not have used the broken arrow. First of all, every time he used this treasure, he would be closer to being completely destroyed, so he was reluctant to use it. Second of all, it would consume too much spirit energy. Once he used it, it would either kill his enemy or himself. But he never expected that he would die even if he was forced to use this treasure. Lu Ye's cultivation base was 1 level lower than Feng Yuechan's. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be able to activate this treasure. However, he still had a spirit storage ring on his finger, which was something he had bought specifically for the Fire Phoenix spirit pattern. After so many days, the spirit power stored in the spirit storage ring had reached an extremely high level, which was enough to activate the power of the broken arrow once. It was for this reason that Feng Yuechan gave the broken arrow to Lu Yi. Refining the broken arrow was not difficult. According to the quality of spirit artifacts, it was only equivalent to a top-grade spirit artifact. Lu Yi only spent half a day to refine it. Strictly speaking, this thing was equivalent to an imperial artifact, but it was slightly more powerful. Now that the spirit land could be attacked at any time, having an additional means like this would increase their strength. Several leisurely days passed in the blink of an eye, and everything was calm. Lu Yi almost thought that Yan Gui, who was killed by him, was really just passing by, until one day a huge shadow covered the sky outside the spirit land, followed by a few probing attacks that bombarded the array. In the empty valley, layers of ripples suddenly appeared, revealing the location of the array. Search! Lu Yi immediately dashed out of the house and looked over. Not far away, there was a huge spirit boat floating in the air. On the spirit boat, there were several figures looking down. On the front of the spirit boat, there was a blazing flame symbol that was extremely eye-catching. They still came. Li Baxian's sigh came from the side. The worst scenario had come true. Lu Yi stared at the flame symbol. How could he not know that it was the Sacred Flame Sect? The Sacred Flame Sect cultivators had such a symbol on their foreheads, so it was easy to distinguish. If there were only the 4 of them in the spiritual land, they could only use the Tianji pillar to return to the 9 states. However, with the help of the wolf pack, they might be able to resist the attack of the Sacred Flame Sect. Lu Yi didn't rely too much on the cultivation environment, but this grade A spirit land could make cultivation easier for Li Baxian and the others. They might not be able to obtain such a spirit land in the future, so they had to try their best to keep it. Senior brother, there's a formation below. Looking at the scale, it's very likely to be a spiritual land. On the spirit boat, a cultivator came to Hua Liaoyuan's side and reported with a slightly excited expression. Hua Liaoyuan looked down indifferently without making a sound. It had to be said that the concealment formation set up here was extremely ingenious. If he hadn't obtained accurate information in advance, he might not have paid attention to this valley even if he was passing by. However, after a few probing attacks, the formation here had been exposed. This meant that the information he received was true. Lu Yi was hiding here. He stepped out of the spirit boat and stood in the air, displaying his might. He slowly said, "Lu Yi, do you want to come out yourself, or do you want me to drag you out?" His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to spread throughout the entire Huitian Valley under the influence of spiritual power. There was a commotion on the spirit boat. Lu Yi, although they had followed Hua Liaoyuan all the way here, they didn't know why. Hua Liaoyuan had never explained the purpose of this trip to any of the cultivators. When they saw that there was a formation here that seemed to be a spiritual land, many of the cultivators thought that Hua Liaoyuan was here to plunder the spring spirit. They had done this many times over the years. Otherwise, the Holy Eve spiritual land wouldn't have been able to expand into a grade A spirit land. However, when the name Lu Yi reached their ears, everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream. Not only could there be a spiritual land here, but the famous Lu Yi was also hiding here. In an instant, the cultivators of the Holy Eve spiritual land were excited. To the cultivators of the Myriad Demon Ridge, Lu Yi's name meant unimaginable wealth. When they looked in the direction of the spiritual land, everyone's eyes were filled with fervor, especially the cultivators of the Sacred Flame Sect. Their eyes were burning like flames. To the people of the Sacred Flame Sect, Lu Yi was not only a bounty target with a huge amount of wealth, but also a disciple of the Jade Blood Sect who had caused their sect's grade to drop. Even if there was no bounty, they would definitely kill Lu Yi if they met him in the wild. Hua Liaoyuan's voice echoed in the valley, but there was no response. Even the formation below didn't change at all. Stubborn. Hua Liaoyuan snorted coldly. He raised a hand and gently put it down. He said, "Surround him." On the spirit boats, figures darted out one after another and surrounded the spiritual land in the blink of an eye. In the spiritual land, Li Baxian looked at the many figures above with a grave expression. The number of enemies was much greater than he had imagined. There were a total of 150 to 160 people. The Holy Eve spiritual land had sent out 70 people. Previously, Hua Liaoyuan had sent a message to the nearby disciples of the Sacred Flame Sect to gather at the periphery of the Taimong Mountain. If not for the lack of time, more people would have come. Such a force was not something the spiritual land's current defenses could contend against. Although there were more wolves, they couldn't fly. Their role in the battle against the cultivators was greatly reduced. With the power of the spiritual land, resisting 100 people was the limit. 150 to 160 people, was simply impossible. It seemed that the Sacred Flame sect already knew the situation of the spiritual land like the back of their hand. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent out so many people. Xiaoliang, Tan Sheng, these two guys really did a lot of harm. Just as he was about to persuade Liu Ye to return to the 9 states, he turned his head and saw that Liu Ye's expression was calm without any worry. He swallowed his words and asked suspiciously, "Little junior brother seems to have a countermeasure?" Liu Ye shook his head and said, "Different situations call for different measures." Li Baxian thought for a moment and said, "Don't force it. If the situation is not right, return to the 9 states immediately." "I understand." At the same time, in another direction, Xiaoliang and Tansheng were also quietly watching. However, when the Holy Eve's spiritual land completely set up their formation, their expressions darkened instead of being happy. "This is bad." Tansheng frowned. "Hua Liaoyuan, this trash brought so many people here. Instead of breaking the formation, they are showing off. Liu Ye must have run away." Xiaoliang was puzzled. How did the Holy Eve's spiritual land get so many people? The reason why he chose to send the news to the Holy Eve's spiritual land was mainly to kill with a borrowed knife. In his imagination, the Holy Eve's spiritual land would send out 70 to 80% of their people after receiving news of Liu Ye. When the time came, they would fight with Liu Ye and he would benefit from it. However, the development of the situation was obviously not right. With so many people from the Holy Eve's spiritual land, as long as Liu Ye's brain was not kicked by a donkey, he would definitely run away immediately. Why would he stay here and wait for death? Liu Ye's spiritual land had a Tianji pillar. Liu Ye had noticed this the last time he came here with Tan Sheng and Wei Quebec. A Tianji pillar was worth 100,000 merit points. Liu Ye had managed to obtain one in the hunting ground, and now he had managed to obtain another one in the spiritual land. Liu Ye's wealth was both enviable and hateful. Only an evenly matched fight would give Liu Ye hope, and he would not escape with the help of the Tianji pillar. With such a lineup from the Holy Eve's spiritual land, how could there be any Liu Ye in the spiritual land? He was afraid that it was already empty inside. He was secretly annoyed. If he had known, he would have sent the news of the divine pillar to the Holy Eve's spiritual land as well. This way, they would have been more careful. Just as he was secretly annoyed, Liaoyuan raised his hand slightly and waved it down slowly. A cold word popped out of his mouth. "Kill!" In an instant, the light of many imperial artifacts and spells appeared and bombarded the location of the spirit array with great momentum. Ripples spread out, and the light curtain of the spirit array appeared in front of everyone. Under such attacks, the concealment spirit array arranged by Liu Ye also lost its effect. The concealment spirit array itself did not have any defensive or offensive capabilities. The function of this spirit array was just a layer of camouflage that could hide the existence of the entire spiritual land. Even if someone were to pass by, they would not be able to detect anything without careful inspection. The few probing attacks from the Holy Eve's spiritual land just now were not enough to break the concealment spirit array's effect. Now that they were attacking together, how could the concealment spirit array hold up? The protective light curtain that enveloped the entire spiritual land appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Through the light curtain, the situation of the spiritual land was clear at a glance. The existence of many monster wolves immediately attracted the attention of the cultivators from the Holy Eve's spiritual land. Many people were shocked and could not understand how there could be so many monster wolves here. In particular, they could feel monster chi fluctuations from a few monster wolves that were comparable to Cloud River Realm 8th or 9th Order cultivators. At this moment, these demonic wolves were all looking up at the sky. Although they were demonic beasts, they did not make any noise. Not even a single wolf howl could be heard. They were like a well-trained army, quietly hibernating and withdrawing their fangs and claws. The others from the Holy Eve's spiritual land did not know the situation inside the spiritual land, but Liao Yuan was very clear about it. But after verifying the accuracy of the information with his own eyes, he could not help but be shocked. Could Lu Ye really control so many monster beasts? He had heard that he had a little white beast by his side, but it was too exaggerated for a Cloud River realm cultivator to control so many monster beasts. He secretly rejoiced that he did not underestimate the other party and instead brought out enough strength to crush them. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to deal with this situation. After the initial panic, the cultivators from the Holy Eve's spiritual land slowly calmed down. The strength of their lineup gave them the confidence to deal with these monster wolves. Moreover, these monster wolves did not seem to be able to fly. As long as they were careful enough, they would not be a big threat. Chapter 601. Lu Ye didn't run away. Tan Sheng exclaimed. Everyone thought that after the Holy Eve's spiritual land showed enough power, Lu Ye would definitely use the Pillar of Divine Secrets to escape back to the 9 regions. Unexpectedly, he did not leave. At this moment, he was standing in the spiritual land, looking up at the sky. There was not even the slightest bit of panic on his face. That was strange. However, Tan Sheng was happy to see this. If Lu Ye didn't run away, then there was hope to kill him. It seems that he won't give up this spiritual land unless he has no other choice, Xiaoliang said calmly. Class, a spiritual land was very valuable. Even if it was only a small spiritual land, it wasn't something that ordinary people could own. No one would give it up so easily. This is going to be a good show. Tan Sheng grinned. He hid the Tianji pillar. Xiaoliang looked at a certain spot in the spiritual land. The last time he came here with Tan Sheng, the Tianji pillar was there. However, looking at it now, the Tianji pillar was empty. Clearly, it was hidden by an array. Hiding the divine pillar was obviously to hide its existence. What was Lu Ye trying to do? Xiaoliang seemed to have thought of something and was slightly moved. If things were really as he thought, then Lu Ye was too bold. In the air, Lu Ye's figure was reflected in Liao Yuan's eyes when the concealment formation lost its effect. Even though it was their first time meeting, Liao Yuan still recognized him at first glance. His blazing eyes stared coldly at the figure below as if he was looking at a dead man. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous sounds were heard. Along with the chaos of spiritual energy, the cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land attacked the spiritual land's protective array. The scene of more than 150 cultivators attacking at the same time was spectacular. Even though their cultivation bases were uneven, it still caused the colorful lights to be dazzling. Their power was monstrous, and the light screen of the protective formation dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then it began to tremble. Xiaoliang, who had been watching the scene in the dark, frowned. The situation didn't seem to be right. This defensive array was a little too weak. The last time he came here with Xiaoliang and Wei Kei, they had also attacked the defensive formation here. However, the strength of the formation at that time was much stronger than it was now. Was it because of the rearrangement? Before he could figure it out, the protective formation shattered with a loud bang. The fluorescent light drifted all over the sky, and the entire spiritual land was completely exposed to the vision of the cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land. A large number of cultivators were like cats that had smelled the scent of fish. They immediately rushed forward and poured into the spiritual land. Streams of qi locked onto Lu Yi and the others from afar, bursting with killing intent. At this moment, Lu Yi, who had been standing motionless in place, moved. He took out a large array jade pendant from his bosom and poured his spiritual power into it. In the next moment, a layer of light that was even more dazzling than the formation suddenly appeared out of thin air and quickly enveloped the entire spiritual land. After the first floor, it was the second floor. However, the second floor's light curtain was vaguely different from the first floor. However, the sudden change made the cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land unable to distinguish it at all. The cultivators who hadn't rushed into the spiritual land bumped into the light curtain and stopped one after another, revealing a look of astonishment. Generally speaking, there would only be one protective formation set up in a place. This was because the protective strength of the formation was directly related to the spiritual power stored on a daily basis. Even if a second one was set up, if it couldn't store too much spiritual power, it wouldn't be of much use. Instead, it would share the power of the formation. Moreover, if the invaders had the ability to break the first formation, they would certainly have the ability to break the second one. Therefore, instead of sharing the power and increasing the risk for no reason, it was better to concentrate the power in one place. However, Liu Ye's spiritual land had two protective formations. The power of the second formation was even more powerful than the first one. Xia Liang's previous guess came true. He couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "This guy is so vicious!" Tan Sheng frowned. "Brother Xia, what did you see?" Xia Liang said, "The first layer of the protective formation is just a pretense to show the enemy that it's weak. The second layer is the real protective formation." No wonder the protective formation just now gave off a very weak feeling. It was Liu Ye's intention. The Holy Eve spiritual land was in trouble. More than 150 cultivators were now divided into two groups by the protective formation. One group had more than 70 cultivators, and they were inside the formation. The other group had less than 80 cultivators, and they were outside the formation. This sudden change shocked many of the cultivators. However, they quickly calmed down. This was because under Hua Liaoyuan's lead, they were attacking with absolute power. No matter what the enemy did, it was just a last-ditch struggle. Only Hua Liaoyuan frowned. He felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness in his heart, as if something bad was about to happen. There was no need for him to give the order. The cultivators outside the formation attacked the formation once again. Since they had the ability to break the first protective formation, they naturally had the ability to break the second one. Although they had lost nearly half of their manpower, it would just take them a little more time. Inside the formation, more than 70 cultivators ignored the dense pack of demon wolves below. They all stared at Liu Ye and the others. They all flew forward, and when they were at a suitable distance, they circulated their spiritual energy and were about to attack. Liu Ye grabbed an array flag and looked up at the sky. He waved the array flag in his hand lightly. Sky restriction. The space of the entire spiritual land seemed to distort at this moment. And in the next moment, the uninvited guests who had intruded into the spiritual land all revealed looks of shock and bewilderment as they screamed and fell from the air. At this moment, everyone felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. It was so heavy that they couldn't breathe. When the sudden change occurred, Xia Liang and Tan Sheng, who were hiding in the dark, felt their eyelids twitch. They had suffered from the sky restriction formation before, and now that they thought about it, they couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Hua Liaoyuan's eyes widened in anger as he exclaimed, "Sky restriction formation? How could it be a sky restriction formation? How could there be a sky restriction formation?" Although he had long heard that Liu Ye of the Jade Blood Sect had extremely high attainments in Array Dao, he was only a Cloud River cultivator. How could he have the ability to set up a sky restriction formation? One had to know that even an ordinary true lake cultivator might not be able to set up such a formation. Moreover, there was no information about a sky restriction formation in the information he received. Did the person who passed on the information intentionally hide this matter? Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Hua Liaoyuan was no longer as calm as before. His body turned into a fiery light as he rushed forward and shouted, "Quickly break the formation!" Nearly half of the people were trapped in the formation. Under the sky restriction formation, everyone was falling. The situation was unprecedentedly bad. Before he brought people here, he had never thought that such an inconceivable thing would happen. As his voice fell, shrill cries of agony rang out one after another. Dazzling sword lights flashed through the spiritual land. The power of powerful spells began to be released. Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan had made their moves. Wherever the sword lights and spells passed, blood splattered and life dissipated. One by one, the cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land lost their lives before they even landed on the ground. In just an instant, 5 or 6 people died on the spot. Giant armor charged out and leaped dozens of feet into the air. It punched the head of an unsteady sacred fire sect cultivator. This Dharma cultivator did not even make a sound before his head exploded like a watermelon. Giant armor charged out of the blood mist and locked onto its second target. That cultivator was instantly frightened out of his wits. The wolf pack, which had remained motionless all this time, suddenly sprang into action. Their vigorous bodies dashed forward, and their snow-white fur fluttered in the wind. Some of the demon wolves opened their mouths as they dashed forward, shooting out green crescent-shaped wind blades, which left behind dark red marks on the bodies of their enemies. However, there were not many demon wolves that could use wind blades to attack. Most of the demon wolves directly pounced on the unsteady cultivators, biting and scratching them. The screams became even more intense and mournful. Outside the formation, the cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land, led by Huo Liaoyuan, felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. They had originally thought that they had an absolute advantage and could crush the enemy in this battle, but it had unfolded in such an unacceptable situation. Seeing familiar faces dying one after another in front of their eyes and being torn to pieces, the anger and sorrow in everyone's hearts erupted like a volcano. "Run!" someone shouted. The cultivators who were lucky enough to survive woke up from a dream and fled outside. Some people managed to escape to the edge of the formation with great difficulty, only to find in despair that they could not escape at all. There was a thick light screen in front of them, blocking their hopes of escaping. The formation had 2 layers. The first layer was the defensive formation, and the second layer was the entrapment formation. From the moment these cultivators stepped into the spiritual land, they were destined to not have a good ending. "Don't come over!" The cultivators who fled to the edge of the formation screamed in horror. They only had time to wave the spiritual weapon in their hands before they were drowned by the figures of more than 10 demon wolves. The sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard, making one's hair stand on end. Xiaoliang and Tansheng's eyelids twitched wildly, not to mention the people of the Holy Eve's spiritual land. Even they did not expect the situation to unfold like this. They thought that Lu Ye would use the pillar of Tianji to escape back to the 9 regions the moment he saw the Holy Eve's spiritual land attacking. However, the result was that the Holy Eve's spiritual land suffered heavy losses. From the beginning to the end, Lu Ye only activated the jade pendant and waved the array flag in his hand. The effect that a powerful array cultivator could bring to bear in such a situation was actually so terrifying. Boom, 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 loud noises suddenly came from all over the spiritual land. The cultivators who were fleeing in all directions had inadvertently triggered the explosion array set up by Lu Ye. Flames surged, spiritual energy went berserk, and screams were drowned out. In just a dozen breaths of time, more than half of the cultivators in the spiritual land were dead or injured. The remaining cultivators were all shrouded in an aura of despair. Li Baxian, Feng Yuechan, and Giant Armor charged in from 3 directions, causing even more casualties to the Holy Eve's spiritual land. Chapter 602. Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan were both 6th Order Cloud River Realm cultivators, but with a profound foundation. The strength they could display was far beyond what an ordinary 6th Order Realm cultivator could compare to. As for Giant Armor, he was a monster. His body was as strong as steel. Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan had to avoid the enemy's counterattack when they were fighting, but Giant Armor didn't care at all. He just charged forward and let the enemy's attacks land on his body. His body made loud banging sounds, but they didn't affect him at all. Under normal circumstances, even though the 3 of them were strong, They couldn't possibly be a match for so many enemies. However, the cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land were first suppressed by the Forbidden Sky formation, and now they were surrounded by the formation. Coupled with the attacks of the demonic wolves, they panicked and the situation was extremely chaotic, giving the three of them room to perform. "Break the array! Quickly break the array!" Hua Liao Yuan's roar resounded through the sky. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. As he roared, his entire body burned like a flame. The powerful aura of a ninth order realm cultivator swept out in all directions. A huge fireball like the sun appeared in the sky and slammed into the defensive array. Under this attack, the defensive array's light barrier caved in for a moment, and its radiance dimmed a little. Many Holy Eve's spiritual land cultivators also attacked at this moment, and the scene became extremely lively. Within the spiritual land, more than 30 Holy Eve's spiritual land cultivators had died. As time passed, more cultivators died. Li Baxian and the other two's figures intertwined with each other, and the wolf pack rushed forward, playing a symphony of death. At this time in the spiritual land, the surviving cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land finally organized a defensive line. More than 30 people had their backs against the light screen of the trapping formation. The body cultivators took out large shields and blocked in front of them, building a human wall to fight against the attacking wolves. But as long as the trapping array wasn't broken, it would be difficult for them to escape. But in such a situation, self-preservation was already the limit. So how could they have the strength to break the array? Their only hope now was for Hua Liao Yuan and the others to break the defensive array and come to their rescue. Hong hong hong. Loud bangs rang out one after another, and the defensive array's light barrier quickly dimmed. Although the second formation was much stronger than the first, it could not withstand the continuous attacks of so many cultivators. After all, it was only a defensive formation that Lu Yi had set up with his own strength. It was already very rare for it to be able to hold on for so long. In the spiritual land, Lu Yi was still standing in place, remotely controlling the operation of the array. A defensive array with a person controlling it was a defensive array, and one without a defensive array was completely different. Although he knew the defensive array wouldn't last long, there was no harm in holding it for a little longer. At this moment, his body suddenly moved to the side, and a short blade almost brushed past his neck and stabbed into the air. A few steps behind him, a figure appeared like a ghost. The ghost cultivator who launched the sneak attack had a shocked expression on his face, as if he did not expect Lu Yi to be able to dodge such a hidden attack. It had to be said that this ghost cultivator was very bold. Even in such a situation, he still wanted to kill Lu Yi. Their main goal this time was to kill Lu Yi. As long as they could kill Lu Yi, the losses they had suffered before would be barely acceptable. However, such a surefire attack had actually failed to succeed. Exposed, the ghost's ghost wanted to retreat, but a fiery red saber light slashed down in front of him, followed by a storm of attacks. Seliang, who was observing in the dark, watched this scene quietly. The corner of his eyes twitched, and he couldn't help but recall the days when he taught Lu Yi in Fox Immortal Valley. He even taught Lu Yi the Heart's Eye secret technique. Although Lu Yi had given him a defensive tattoo, that tattoo was only a temporary tattoo and would lose its effectiveness after a few uses. Compared to what Lu Yi had obtained, how could it be compared to what Lu Yi had obtained? What shocked Xiaoliang even more was that in such a short period of time, Lu Yi had actually reached the entry level of the Heart's Eye secret technique, and from the speed of his reaction, the range of his heart's eye was even greater than his own. What kind of freak is he? And he's a 5th order Cloud River realm cultivator. Xia Liang couldn't understand. What kind of elixir did he take to improve his cultivation so quickly? Thinking back to when they first met 2 months ago, this guy was only a 3rd order Cloud River realm cultivator. Back then, he had been chasing after Yang Kai like a stray dog. Back in Fox Immortal Valley, he was only a 4th order cultivator, but after not seeing him for a few days he had actually advanced by another realm. Pwah! The ghost's ghost was sent flying with a huge wound on his chest and abdomen. Before he landed, several monster wolves pounced on him, followed by a blood-curdling scream and the sound of flesh being torn apart. This ghost cultivator was the same as Yen Gui, whom Lu Yi had killed before. They were both 7th Order Cloud River Realm cultivators, but the 7th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator that Lu Yi had to exhaust all his means to kill back then was now nothing in front of him. Kacha! The sound of cracking could be heard. Cracks appeared on the protective array, and it was on the verge of collapse. Although the ghost's sudden attack didn't do anything to Lu Yi, it restrained him, preventing him from controlling the array. This also allowed the Holy Eve's spirit land to break the array faster. More and more sounds could be heard until the entire array's light barrier completely collapsed. Save them! Hua Liao Yuan gritted his teeth and roared. Although he couldn't wait to tear Lu Yi into pieces, he wasn't consumed by anger. Instead, he gave the correct order. Many cultivators swarmed in and passed through the trapping array's light barrier without any hindrance. They joined up with the surviving cultivators in the spirit land. While resisting the attacks of Li Baxian and the others and the wolves, they turned around and bombarded the trapping array's light barrier. The trapping array was much weaker than the protective array. If it weren't for the wolves, the trapped cultivators would have broken it long ago. With the help of their companions, it only took them 30 breaths of time to completely break the trapping array. Separated by a few hundred meters, Lu Yi and Hua Liao Yuan's gazes met. One was calm as water, while the other was furious. After a few breaths, Hua Liao Yuan suppressed the anger in his heart and gritted his teeth. Retreat! With this order, the cultivators of the Holy Eve's spirit land fought and retreated. Soon, they were out of the range of the spirit land. The wolves didn't chase after them. Within the range of the spirit land, there was a sky restriction array. They could still fight with the cultivators. However, once they were out of the spirit land, the cultivators could fly. The threat posed by the wolves was greatly reduced. The cultivators fled back in a sorry state. Each and every one of them had lingering fears. Some of the more mentally fragile female cultivators even began to cry. Throughout their journey of cultivation, they had more or less experienced some dangers, but they had never felt as helpless as they did now. When they were trapped in the spirit land, the aura of death was like an invisible beast licking their souls. They were on the verge of collapse. So many senior and junior brothers that they were familiar with died tragically beside them. After today, this battle was destined to be a nightmare that they couldn't escape from for the rest of their lives. Lu Yi, you will die without a doubt. Hua Liao Yuan roared. He clenched his teeth so hard that blood seeped out. He thought that this was an easy task. However, in the end, he suffered heavy losses. From start to finish, it had only been 10 minutes. As the decision-maker and guide of this operation, he would definitely be held accountable in the future. Perhaps he would even be punished by the sect. The culprit behind all this was Lu Yi. The hatred in his heart toward Lu Yi was so deep that even the 3 rivers and 5 lakes couldn't wash it away. There was also that sneaky person who secretly leaked the information. He had previously guessed that the person who secretly leaked the information must have suffered a great loss at the hands of Lu Yi. Thus, he wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. He had already overestimated the strength of Lu Yi's side based on the information he obtained. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought so many people. However, as soon as he came into contact with Lu Yi, his own side was defeated. Before coming, he didn't think that he would encounter such a setback. However, it happened right under his nose. Sky restriction array. How could a Cloud River tier set up such a sky restriction array? In the spirit land, Lu Yi looked at him calmly. He didn't say a word. There was no smugness of victory. Then he waved the array flag, and the concealment array came into effect again. It covered the entire spirit land and disappeared from everyone's sight. This calm response made Hua Liaoyuan even more furious. He was about to explode. Senior Brother Hua, an Eighth Order cultivator, came to Hua Liaoyuan's side. He had many wounds on his body, and there were bloodstains on his face. Obviously, he had gone through a tough battle. What do we do now? Hua Liaoyuan looked around and saw faces full of lingering fear and panic, as well as the joy of surviving a disaster. He had brought more than 150 people here, but less than 100 were still alive. In other words, more than 60 people had died in the spirit land in the short time it took to drink a cup of tea. Hua Liaoyuan's mouth twitched. His mind was in a mess, and he didn't know what to do. With their current strength, if they organized a wave of attacks, they might have a chance to kill Luya, but they would definitely suffer more casualties. They had already lost so many people, so how could he dare to lose more? The other side obviously wouldn't counterattack. In the spirit land, the other side had the help of the Sky Restriction Array, which could greatly reduce the strength of the cultivators. This gave the monster wolves the capital to participate in the battle. If they really counterattacked, they would only be courting death. In other words, in this situation, no matter who it was, the side that took the initiative to attack would suffer. Rest here and wait for reinforcements. After a long while, Hua Liaoyuan's dry lips squeezed out a sentence. Sacred Flame Sect and Universe Sect still had many people they could mobilize, but it would take more time. If 100 people couldn't do it, then 200. If 200 wasn't enough, then 300. No matter what, Luya had to die. After the order was given, the Eighth Order cultivator was obviously relieved. He was really afraid that Hua Liaoyuan would do something unwise in his anger. The spirit ship, floating in the air, slowly descended. The Holy Eve Spirit Land cultivators were in a sorry state. They set up camp at the entrance of returning Heaven Valley and began to recuperate. In the dark, Xiaoliang and Tansheng were silent. They were hiding here to reap the benefits. But in the end, they were watching an unimaginable show. They had mixed feelings. Chapter 603. In less than 10 minutes after the battle at Huitian Valley, Tu Guanxiong received the news from the cultivators of Huanyu sect. After reading it, he was shocked. Under the leadership of Hua Liaoyuan, not only did the cultivators of the two sects fail to break through Lu Yi's spirit land, but they also suffered a great loss. Heavy losses. There were 63 dead cultivators, 45 from Sacred Flame Sect and 18 from Huanyu sect. It was a simple line of words, but the suffocating smell of blood filled the air. Tu Guanxiong could not believe it and personally sent a message to Hua Liaoyuan to ask. After confirming it, he was stunned. How could this be? How could this be? Hua Liaoyuan took away more than 70 cultivators from the Holy Eve's spirit land. He gathered about the same number of Sacred Flame sect cultivators. How could there be such heavy losses when they gathered more than 150 people to deal with Lu Jie? So what if the other party could control the wolf pack? After sending another message to a few Huanyu sect cultivators, Tu Guanxiong finally understood the source of the heavy losses. It was the flight restriction array. The Holy Eve Spirit Land did not have a flight restriction array, but Lu Jie had one? How high was this guy's attainment in the array Dao? The first layer of the defensive formation showed weakness to the enemy, isolating the cultivators of the two sects who rushed into the spiritual land. For a moment, they couldn't coordinate with each other. The sudden attack of the Forbidden Flight formation caught the cultivators of the two sects in the spiritual land off guard. Under the premise that they couldn't fly freely, they had to face the large number of demon wolves. It was naturally difficult for them to do anything. After understanding all this, Tu Guanxiong let out a heavy sigh. Although he was angry at Fire Prairie for not being careful enough, he couldn't blame him for anything. Anyone in Fire Prairie's position would be powerless when faced with such a situation. After thinking for a moment, he could only send a message to Hua Liaoyuan. He told him that he would gather the Huanyu sect disciples who were scattered nearby to help. He told him not to act rashly before his subordinates gathered enough strength. This was also Hua Liaoyuan's plan, so he naturally agreed. A moment later, a large number of cultivators of the two sects received the message and rushed in the direction of Tai Mang Mountain. However, these cultivators were from different distances. The fastest would take 7 to 8 days to rush over, and the slowest would take 10 to 20 days. They could not be counted on at the moment. In the spiritual land of Huitian Valley, several people were cleaning up the messy battlefield and collecting the spoils of war. Li Baxian and the others were fine, and only a few demon wolves had perished in battle. Compared to the results of the battle, such losses were practically negligible. However, Giant Armor was a little sad. Although the wolves had willingly followed him back then, it had annoyed him to no end. However, after spending so much time together, he had changed his mind. The spiritual land could be placed in Huitian Valley. It was all thanks to the protection of the wolf pack. For the spiritual land, this wolf pack was the most solid shield, not the defensive array set up by Lu Yi. Facts proved that if it weren't for the help of the wolf pack today, no matter how many spirit arrays Lu Yi had set up, it would have been useless. There were only 4 of them in total, so no matter how many enemies they could kill, how many could they kill? Therefore, even though only a few demon wolves had died, Giant Armor was still very sad. In the spiritual land, Li Baxian looked at the entrance of the valley and slowly said, "Little junior brother, the people of the Holy Eve spiritual land are stationed at the entrance of the valley. It seems that they are waiting for reinforcements." In today's battle, the Holy Eve spiritual land had suffered huge losses. After realizing that there was a sky ceiling array here, they would definitely not take the initiative to attack again. However, the other side had suffered such a big loss and did not retreat. Instead, they put on a defensive posture, as if they were afraid that Lu Yi and the others would run away. They were obviously gathering more people. Once the other side gathered enough helpers, they would definitely storm the spiritual land. "Do you want me to call some people to help?" Li Baxian asked. Lu Yi shook his head. "It's easy to pay 1,000 gold, but hard to repay a favor. We should settle our own matters and not trouble others." Although, with Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan's connections, it would not be a problem to call for some helpers. But last time in the hunting ground, when Lu Yi was being chased by many myriad Demon Ridge powerhouses, Li Baxian had already asked for help. These debts of gratitude were all on Li Baxian's shoulders. If he asked for help again today, the burden would only increase. Hearing what he said, Li Baxian sighed. "That's true." Lu Yi said, "Before today, if we were to escape back to the 9 regions, it wouldn't matter. But after today, if we want to escape back to the 9 regions, the loss is not just a matter of the Pillar of Tianji and the Spring Spirit." Li Baxian was slightly startled, but soon understood what he meant. The few of them could escape back to the 9 regions and get rid of the trouble here, but the wolf pack could not leave. In today's battle, dozens of cultivators from the 2 sects were killed by the wolf pack. Once they left, the anger of the 2 sects' cultivators was bound to be vented on the wolf pack. At that time, how many of the wolf pack could survive? They would probably be wiped out soon. Based on this concern, Giant Armor might not be willing to abandon the wolf pack and return to the 9 regions with them. If Giant Armor did not leave, how could they leave? Compared to the Holy Eve spiritual land, I am more concerned about another matter. Lu Yi frowned slightly. "What is it?" "Xiaoliang and Tansheng." Lu Yi said the names of the 2. The Holy Eve spiritual land was able to find the location of the spiritual land so accurately and even dispatched so many people at once. They obviously have some understanding of the situation of our spiritual land. This information could only be leaked by Xiaoliang and Tansheng, but I didn't see the 2 of them today. Moreover, although the Holy Eve spiritual land has a lot of information, there are 2 things that they are unclear about. First, they don't know that there is a forbidden sky formation in the spiritual land. Otherwise, they would not have been so careless today. Second, they don't know that we have the Pillar of Tianji. If they knew that there was a pillar of Tianji in the spiritual land, the people of the Holy Eve's spiritual land might not have been willing to come all the way here, because even if they really forced Lu Yi into a desperate situation, he could still use the pillar of Tianji to return to the 9 regions. So, the information that Xiao Liang and Tan Sheng revealed was somewhat reserved. Lu Yi nodded. Hiding the existence of the pillar of Tianji is nothing more than to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, waiting for an opportunity to reap the benefits. As for not revealing the Forbidden Sky formation, it is probably to intensify the hatred. In that case, these 2 people must be hiding in the dark. How sinister! As he spoke, Lu Yi stood up. Senior brother, I'm going to scout out their location. At the very least, we have to make these hidden enemies appear on the surface. We can't let these 2 dogs spy on us in the dark. Li Baxian hurriedly stopped him. It's too dangerous. If we continue to wait, we will only be sitting ducks. Don't worry, senior brother, I am confident. If we fight, I am definitely not their match, but it will not be that easy for them to kill me. Then I will go with you. Lu Yi laughed. Senior brother, don't you know what kind of abilities I have? If you go with me, I won't be able to use those methods. Li Baxian still wanted to say something, but Feng Yuechan, who had been standing silently at the side, tugged at his sleeve and said, Junior brother Lu is right. If we continue to wait, we will only be sitting ducks. We still have to think of a way to break out of this situation. Junior brother Lu has the means of a ghost cultivator. Senior brother, you will only cause trouble if you go with him. Li Baxian frowned and did not say anything. Feng Yuechan took out a small umbrella. Junior brother Lu, if you insist on going alone, then refine this and take it with you. Otherwise, your senior brother and I will not agree. Lu Yi looked at the small umbrella. Although he did not know what kind of power it had, it must have extremely strong defensive power since Feng Yuechan took it out at this time. Okay, he did not refuse Feng Yuechan's good intentions. He took the small umbrella and silently sensed it. To his surprise, he found that it was actually a magic tool. Cloud River tier cultivators naturally could not activate the full power of magic tools, just like how he could not activate the full power of the 9-front formation. Her strength was not enough, and she had not reached that level. Moreover, forcefully activating this thing would definitely consume a lot of energy. However, with this thing in hand, he would at least have some life-saving means. However, if he wanted to unleash its power, he would still have to refine it. Lu Yi immediately activated his spiritual power to refine it. With the cooperation of the original owner, Feng Yuechan, it was not difficult. After he finished refining it, Lu Yi found out that this small umbrella not only had extremely strong defensive power, but also had the ability to hide one's aura. However, when it was activated, it could not be moved, which was similar to the disappearance bracelet that Lu Yi had previously obtained. This effect was not very useful to Lu Yi. He could construct concealment and aura concealment spiritual tattoos. With the support of these 2 spiritual tattoos, his concealment ability was stronger than ordinary ghost cultivators. There was no need to rely on external objects. At this time, the moon was high in the sky and it was late at night. It was a good time to act. Lu Yi walked straight to a corner of the house, where there was a transportation formation that had been set up a few days ago. The people of the Holy Eve spiritual land had set up camp at the entrance of the valley. They would definitely be on guard against the situation at the spiritual land, and there would be people monitoring the movements here at all times. However, the spiritual land was covered by a concealment formation, and they could not see the situation inside. If Lu Yi walked out from inside, it would definitely affect the concealment formation, and some traces would be exposed. If he directly teleported out, he would not have to worry about this problem. Standing on the transportation formation, Lu Ye's mind connected to the location of the other transportation points. Li Baxian was still worried and warned, "Little junior brother, you must be careful." Lu Yi nodded, and the space around him distorted slightly, and his figure disappeared. In a mountain more than 200 miles away from Huitian's spiritual land, there was a hidden cave. Suddenly, there was a surge of spiritual power in the cave, and Lu Ye's figure appeared. He immediately sensed the surroundings and did not detect any aura of life. Only then did he walk out of the cave. He did not take out a spiritual weapon to avoid leaving too obvious traces. Urging his spiritual power, he flew into the air and flew straight in the direction of Huitian Valley. Previously, the wolf pack went out to hunt every few days, which led to few monsters within 1,000 miles of Huitian Valley. This made it convenient for Lu Yi to move at this moment. Otherwise, if he encountered a few monsters on the way, it would only be troublesome. But even so, he did not fly too high and only flew out about 10 feet above the ground. It was not until he was about 30 to 50 miles away from Huitian Valley that Lu Yi landed and completely disappeared with the help of aura concealment. Chapter 604. Lu Yi speculated that since Tan Sheng and Xiaoliang were hiding in the dark, they should not be too far away from returning Heaven Valley. They could be anywhere from 10 to 30 kilometers away. Moreover, they had to avoid the cultivators of the two sects from the Holy Eve's spirit land, so they definitely would not be near the entrance of returning Heaven Valley. Returning Heaven Valley was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, especially the back, where there was a rugged cliff that was not suitable for hiding. There were only 2 sides left for Xiaoliang and Tan Sheng to choose from. This made it easier for Lu Yi to search. However, under the premise of concealing himself, Lu Ye's movements were not fast, so even if he had a rough location, it would not be easy to find the two. Fortunately, Lu Ye's luck had always been good. In less than 2 hours, Lu Yi sensed the aura of life nearby. This place was only 10 kilometers away from returning Heaven Valley, which was within his range of judgment. He quietly crept forward, and soon under the moonlight he found 2 figures sitting cross-legged under a tree. Taking a closer look, who else could it be but Xiaoliang and Tan Sheng? Lu Yi did not continue to approach. These 2 were both Cloud River Realm 9th Order cultivators, especially Xiaoliang, who had sharp senses. If he got too close, he was afraid that they would notice him. After confirming their location, Lu Yi left silently. Xiaoliang, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. He frowned slightly. Just now he had an inexplicable feeling that he was being spied on. However, after careful investigation, there was no one around. So he just took it as an illusion and didn't pay attention to it. At the entrance of returning Heaven Valley, the cultivators of the 2 sects gathered in groups of 3 to 5. The atmosphere was a little gloomy, and many female cultivators were secretly sobbing. What happened during the day was like a nightmare for all of them. Under the leadership of Huoliao Yuan, they came aggressively, but in just a cup of tea's time, more than 60 of them died in returning Heaven Valley. The lingering fear made them feel cold, and only the flickering bonfire in front of them brought a little negligible warmth. Some were angry, gritting their teeth and shouting that they must kill Lu Yi to avenge their dead companions. At this moment, it was the darkest before dawn. A short scream pierced through the night sky, instantly alarming everyone. "What's the matter?" Liao Yuan arrived in a flash. When he looked over, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. 2 figures were lying in a pool of blood on the ground. One of them was still alive, but he didn't look like he would live for much longer. Lu Yi. That person clutched at his throat, blood spurting out from the gaps between his fingers. He raised his hand and grabbed in the direction of Fire Prairie, his eyes filled with desire. "Senior brother Hua, save Ugh!" Liao Yuan raised his head abruptly and saw a fiery red stream of light flying away in the night sky. He was furious. His figure shot up into the sky and chased in that direction, quickly closing the distance between them. Anger and killing intent filled his heart, and he didn't notice that Lu Yi wasn't heading towards Huitian Valley. Logically speaking, the safest way for Lu Yi to kill someone was to escape back to Huitian Valley. Once he escaped back to Huitian Valley, The cultivators of the two sects wouldn't be able to do anything to him, no matter how powerful they were. However, he didn't fly in the direction of Huitian Valley. Instead, he chose another direction. That direction was where Tan Sheng and Xiaoliang were hiding. Feeling the movement behind him, Lu Yi looked back and frowned. A ninth-order cultivator was indeed a ninth-order cultivator. His speed was ridiculously fast, although his cultivation had increased by 2 minor realms recently, and his flying speed was much faster than when he was in the hunting ground. He was also faster than an average 5th-order cultivator, but he was still far from a 9th-order cultivator. Fortunately, he still had wind travel. With the support of the wind travel spirit tattoo, the spirit energy river in his body flowed rapidly, and his speed rose sharply. Even so, the distance between them was still closing. A wind travel spirit tattoo alone wasn't enough to let him escape the pursuit of a 9th-order cultivator. But if he used his flight wings, his speed would increase even more. He should be able to catch up to Fire Prairie. However, he didn't want to escape from Fire Prairie, so he didn't use his flight wings. Tan Sheng and Xiaoliang were still meditating. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Both of them were alarmed and raised their heads to look. In the air, 2 streams of light were rushing towards them, one in front and one behind. The 2 streams of light looked like burning flames. This is... Tan Sheng didn't realize what was going on for a moment. He only vaguely felt that the figure in the stream of light in front of him was somewhat familiar. In the blink of an eye, the stream of light arrived in front of them. "Lu Ye!" Xiaoliang exclaimed in a low voice. He was stunned for a moment. Why was Lu Ye not hiding in the spirit land? Why did he come out? And from the looks of it, it seemed like he was being chased. Just when Xiaoliang instinctively wanted to stop them, Lu Yi, who was flying over their heads, suddenly raised his hand and sent out a fire phoenix technique towards the 2 of them. At the same time, he shouted in a low voice, "I'll leave it to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed past. Xiaoliang and Tan Sheng didn't know what was going on, but how could they miss such a heaven-sent opportunity? They easily blocked the fire phoenix technique and flew up into the air. However, before they could chase after Lu Yi, Fire Prairie, who was right behind him, activated a violent spell to attack the 2 of them. Hua Liao Yuan had chased them all the way here and was filled with anger. He only wanted to kill Lu Yi to vent the hatred in his heart. But the sudden appearance of 2 9th-order masters was like a bucket of cold water that poured over his heart. Coupled with Lu Ye's previous words, the anger in his heart instantly dissipated, leaving only panic and panic. He was afraid that he had fallen into Lu Ye's trap. This bastard had somehow found 2 powerful helpers to ambush him here and then lured him here. He didn't have any helpers around him right now, so he was afraid he would die here. Because of this worry, how could he dare to hold back? Xiaoliang and Tan Sheng, who were about to chase after Lu Yi, were immediately stunned and could only fight back. For a time, the 3 figures fought fiercely in midair. In just a moment, Xiaoliang vaguely realized it turned out that the feeling of being spied on was not an illusion. Lu Yi had indeed been here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known where he and Tan Sheng were hiding and even lured Hu Liao Yuan here. Is he trying to kill with a borrowed knife? Or does he simply not want me and Tan Sheng to hide in the dark? It's very likely the latter. "Stop!" Xiaoliang shouted angrily as he slashed out with his sword. At the same time, he stopped and retreated to show his sincerity. Tan Sheng immediately came to his side. A few dozen meters away, Hu Liao Yuan looked calm on the surface, but his heart was filled with shock because the 2 9th-order masters he was fighting were each stronger than the other. With the 2 of them working together, he couldn't compete at all. In that short period of time, he almost thought that he was going to die, but he didn't expect the other party to stop first. And the saber-wielding weapon cultivator, Wild Saber Sect? Hu Liao Yuan recalled the 9th-order cultivator of this generation of Wild Saber Sect and blurted out a name. "You're Xiaoliang!" Xiao Yang's face was cold, and he didn't speak. No one would be in a good mood after being schemed against like this. What's more, he and Tan Sheng had originally planned to hide in the dark, but now, with Lu Ye's interference, their existence was exposed. Silence was a tacit agreement. Hua Liao Yuan relaxed. Fortunately, Xiao Yang is from Wild Saber Sect, and Wild Saber Sect is from Myriad Demon Ridge. It's good that he's not an enemy. This fellow Taoist is... Hua Liao Yuan looked at Tan Sheng. Tan Sheng cupped his fists helplessly. Tan Sheng from New Moon Sect. Hua Liao Yuan returned the greeting. Hua Liao Yuan from Sacred Flame Sect. He then asked, "Why are you two fellow Taoists here?" As soon as he spoke, he suddenly realized something. His originally kind expression changed slightly and his eyes narrowed. There was no reason for two Ninth Order cultivators to hide here for no reason, especially when a battle broke out here during the day. Moreover, he heard that the operation against Lu Ye in the hunting ground was led by these two. In the end, Lu Ye killed his way into the Spirit Stream battlefield, destroyed New Moon Sect's encampment, and extorted a lot of benefits from Wild Saber Sect. These two had a great grudge with Lu Ye to begin with. Tan Sheng turned to look at Xiao Yang, but the other party said calmly, "I was just passing by," who was fellow Taoist who was chasing just now. Tan Sheng was convinced. To be able to say these words without changing his expression, he was definitely not as good as him. "I was just passing by." Hua Liao Yuan clenched his fists, and the flesh on his face trembled. It was obvious that he was suppressing the anger in his heart. How could he, who had vaguely seen through the truth, not know that the reason why the disciples of the two sects had suffered so much this time was because he had underestimated the enemy? But the main reason was that these two had concealed some important information. If he had known that there was a space sealing array in Lu Ye's spirit land, how could he have let the disciples of the two sects rush in? He had always been curious as to who had passed on the information to him. Now he finally understood. They must have been secretly observing during the day, but now they were pretending not to know. Hua Liao Yuan wanted to throw a big fireball at Xiao Yang's face to see how thick his skin was, but he could only suppress the anger in his heart. Not to mention that Sacred Flame Sect was a 4th-grade sect and couldn't afford to offend Wild Saber Sect. Now was not the time to fall out with these two. Since he couldn't beat them, what could he do? The person I was chasing was Lu Ye. When Hua Liao Yuan said this, he had already calmed down. "Oh, Lu Ye." Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows as if he had just found out. The Lu Ye from Jade Blood Sect. "What bullshit are you asking?" Hua Liao Yuan's suppressed anger almost surged up again. "That's right. That's truly a coincidence. Brother Tan and I were searching for his whereabouts as well. Never had we imagined that he would actually be right under our noses. This is truly a case of searching high and low for something, yet finding it without any effort. Ha ha ha." Hua Liao Yuan gave a fake smile. Tan Sheng said, "Fellow Taoist Hua, we were used by Lu Ye just now, and he was lucky enough to escape. Fellow Taoist Hua, please forgive us." Chapter 605. "I wouldn't dare." Hua Liao Yuan replied through gritted teeth. Suddenly, a fluctuation of spirit energy came from afar. Hua Liao Yuan turned his head and found that the source of the movement was the Holy Eve's spiritual land cultivators' encampment. Not good. Hua Liao Yuan shouted and immediately realized what had happened. Lu Ye had taken advantage of the time when he was busy with Xiao Yang and Tan Sheng to go around and kill his way back. He didn't have time to say anything to Xiao Yang and Tan Sheng. He turned around and rushed towards the entrance of Returning Sky Valley. Xiao Yang and Tan Sheng looked at each other, and Xiao Yang said, "Let's go and take a look." Since they had been exposed, there was no need to hide anymore. At the entrance of Returning Sky Valley, Liao Yuan hurried back and found that 2 more disciples had been killed and lying in a pool of blood. "Where are they?" Liao Yuan asked. A Sacred Flame sect disciple replied, "They escaped." Hua Liaoyuan's blood boiled. He had nowhere to vent his anger. At the same time, he was puzzled. Lu Ye was a weapon cultivator. How could he use the means of a ghost cultivator, even with the help of a spirit talisman? He shouldn't have been able to appear and disappear so mysteriously. The other party had attacked twice, and 5 cultivators had died. Although the losses were negligible compared to the losses during the day, this kind of enemy hiding in the dark was the most terrifying. Initially, he wanted to stay here and wait for his side to gather enough manpower before attacking the spiritual land. However, that would take time. If they continued to wait, their losses would only be greater. When the time came, they might lose more people than they had gathered. Retreating from here was a good choice. But where could they retreat to? Moreover, if they retreated, who knew if Lu Ye would escape? If they missed this opportunity, they might not have such a good opportunity again. Feeling the anxious atmosphere, Hua Liaoyuan knew that he had to end the battle quickly if he wanted to take down Lu Ye. He turned to look at Xia Liang and Tan Sheng and said with a serious expression, "Fellow Taoists, how about joining forces?" Of course, Yang Kai hated these two, but in the current situation he needed to borrow their strength. The strength of 2 Ninth Order Cloud River Realm cultivators could not be underestimated. If he could borrow their strength, he might have a chance to succeed. Xia Liang pondered for a moment and said, "Joining forces is not a problem. However, if the other party hides in the spiritual land, what can we do even if we join forces? Unless fellow Taoist Hua is willing to attack by force. However, I believe that fellow Taoist Hua is unwilling to take this step, right?" Although the Holy Eve spiritual land had suffered heavy losses, it did not mean that they did not have the capital to attack. However, even if they could take down Lu Yi, they would still suffer heavy losses. Xia Liang did not think that the Fire Prairie would lose their minds to such an extent. Hua Liaoyuan said indifferently, "How can you be so sure that I won't attack by force?" Xia Liang's expression couldn't help but change as he looked at Hua Liaoyuan in surprise, but he couldn't tell what he was thinking. Hua Liaoyuan looked in the direction of the spirit land and said indifferently, "After dawn we'll attack Huitian Valley. At that time we'll need your help. After we're done, I'll give you 20% of the bounty on Lu Ye." This time, not only was Xia Liang surprised, even Tan Sheng was confused. Hua Liaoyuan was obviously very confident in taking down Lu Ye. However, if they attacked by force, both sides would suffer heavy losses. Was Hua Liaoyuan really willing to do this? 40%. Xia Liang couldn't understand, but it didn't stop him from bargaining. Hua Liaoyuan shook his head and said, "Fellow Taoist Xia, you must be joking. Although the two of you are strong, to me, you're just icing on the cake. Even without your help, Lu Ye will definitely die. I'm willing to give you 20% of the bounty just to reduce the Holy Eve's spiritual land's losses. If the two of you aren't willing to join forces, I won't force you." He acted as if he had Lu Yi under his control, which confused Xia Liang and Tan Sheng. After a moment of silence, Xia Liang said, "Fellow Taoist Hua, you might not know this, but there's actually a divine pillar in Lu Ye's spiritual land." He had never revealed this information before. During the battle during the day, the location of the divine pillar was also concealed, so the cultivators of the two sects did not notice it. Hua Liaoyuan was surprised. "Are you sure?" "I saw it with my own eyes." Xia Liang nodded. "So no matter what plans you have, if you really want to kill him, you must seize the location of the divine pillar as soon as possible. You must not let Lu Ye get close." "I understand. I'll arrange this matter later." Hua Liaoyuan nodded. Xia Liang looked at him deeply and said, "It's good that you know what to do." After a few simple sentences, they confirmed the matter of joining forces. Xia Liang and Tan Sheng found a secluded place to meditate. Hua Liaoyuan also gave the order to attack Huitian Valley after daybreak. Although the cultivators of the two sects had yet to recover from the trauma of the previous battle, They began to sharpen their weapons and secretly prepare. Xiaoliang and Tan Sheng held back for a long time. Tan Sheng couldn't help but ask softly, "Brother Xia, do you really think that Huo Yuan will attack Lu Ye's spiritual land?" Since he said so, it must be true. Tan Sheng shook his head slightly. "Although this is the first time we've met, Huo Yuan is a scheming person. The Holy Eve's spiritual land has already suffered great losses. If we attack forcefully, even if we take down Lu Ye, the losses will outweigh the gains. Why would such a person make such a decision? He's even willing to share 20% of the profits with us. Brother Xia, we should be careful. Huo Yuan isn't very friendly to us." Xiaoliang nodded. "I know. We'll act according to the situation tomorrow. But I'm concerned about something else." "What is it?" "Huo Yuan didn't ask me about the location of Lu Ye's divine pillar." Xiaoliang was confused. His decision to reveal the Tianji pillar to the Fire Prairie was naturally not out of kindness. Instead, he was afraid that the Fire Prairie would push Lu Yi too far and force him to leave. At that time, all his efforts would be for naught. However, Huo Yuan was surprised when he heard the news, but he didn't ask anything else. This was obviously abnormal. It was as if the existence of the divine pillar didn't interfere with his plan at all. Therefore, there was no need to ask about it in detail. Tan Sheng recalled their conversation and quickly realized this. He frowned and said, "What is he trying to do?" "No matter what he's trying to do, we'll know in the morning." It wasn't far from dawn. More than 2 hours later, the sky gradually brightened. Under Huo Yuan's command, the cultivators of the two sects who were already prepared launched an attack on the spiritual land. In an instant, the concealment formation lost its effect, and the scenery of the spiritual land was imprinted in their vision. There was no defensive formation to obstruct them because Lu Yi didn't set it up. Lu Yi flashed out of the spiritual land and frowned when he saw nearly 100 cultivators approaching the edge of the spiritual land. Was this a forceful attack? No matter how angry Huo Yuan was, he wouldn't make such a stupid decision, right? Did he not care about the lives of his subordinates? Or was it that his 2 sneak attacks yesterday made him so angry that he lost his mind? However, looking at the opponent's orderly formation, it didn't seem to be the case. Li Baxian, Feng Yuechan, and Giant Armor appeared together and stood beside Lu Yi. "Little junior brother, the situation isn't good this time." Lu Ye's expression was solemn. He saw Xiaoliang and Tan Sheng's figures in the opponent's camp. This was within his expectations. Xiaoliang and Tan Sheng, who were hiding in the dark, were forced out by him. The best choice was naturally to join forces with the Holy Eve's spiritual land. It seemed to strengthen the enemy's strength, but in fact, the vipers hiding in the dark were the most terrifying. Now that they were in the open, the threat level was reduced by a lot. Lu Yi turned to look at Giant Armor. "If we can't stop them, use the Tianji pillar to escape back to the 9 states, understand?" He wasn't worried about Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan. They would definitely run if the situation was not right. He was only worried about Giant Armor. After a few demon wolves died yesterday, Giant Armor was immersed in a sorrowful atmosphere for the entire day. He might not be willing to abandon the wolf pack and escape. Giant Armor glanced at the nearby demon wolves and remained silent. "If you die, you'll lose everything. If you live, you can still take revenge." Lu Yi persuaded earnestly. Giant Armor lowered his head and remained silent. Lu Yi couldn't help but sigh and stopped persuading him. "Kill." Outside the spiritual land, the cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land stepped into the area covered by the air sealing spell formation along with Huo Yuan's angry roar. After what happened yesterday, they naturally couldn't fly in the air. The returning heaven spiritual land was a small spiritual land and didn't occupy a large area. However, in order to take care of the wolf pack, Lu Yi set up a large array. Whether it was the concealment array, the protection array, or the air sealing spell formation, they were all far larger than the spiritual land itself. They covered a radius of a few hundred feet. The cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land stepped into the edge of the array. They were still a few hundred feet away from Lu Yi and the others. This distance was naturally not within the attack range. Many cultivators marched forward in unison, pressuring the spiritual land. Everyone's spiritual energy was surging, ready to strike at any moment. The wolf pack also moved. They bared their teeth, and the demon energy around them surged. A great battle was about to break out. It wasn't until they were less than 100 feet away that the cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land attacked together under Hua Liaoyuan's command. In an instant, the light of imperial equipment and spells bloomed and surged toward the wolf pack. At the same time, the wolf pack also counterattacked with wind blades. However, they were much fewer in number than the cultivators. After all, there weren't many demon wolves that could use this demonic technique. The wolf pack was undoubtedly at a disadvantage in such a long-distance battle. The head wolf clearly understood this and howled toward the sky. In the next moment, the wolf pack rushed forward. Wolf howls echoed from afar as snow-white figures dashed forward. The distance of 100 feet was quickly closed. Some of the demon wolves were hit by spells or imperial equipment, causing them to stagger. However, the demon wolves were strong and had demon essence to protect their bodies. As long as the demon essence was not broken, their lives would not be in danger. Giant Armor's burly figure was mixed in with the wolf pack. Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan followed, closely behind the wolf pack. 100 swords flew and spells buzzed, showing off their powerful foundation. Only Lu Yi remained in the same place. He only activated the 9 imperial equipment on his waist to relieve the pressure of the wolf pack. The battle erupted and the scene instantly became lively. Chapter 606. Withstanding the attacks of numerous imperial equipment and spells, leaving a trail of blood along the way, the demon wolves pounced in front of the cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land. They leapt high into the air, and their sharp fangs and claws flickered with cold light. The Holy Eve's spiritual land cultivators had already prepared for this. The body cultivators and weapon cultivators blocked the monster wolves at the front, while the spirit cultivators and ghost cultivators took advantage of the situation to counterattack. The howls and roars of the wolves merged together. The number of demon wolves was more than twice that of the cultivators from the Holy Eve's spiritual land. However, even though they were all demon generals, the techniques they could use were not as rich as the cultivators, so the situation was in a deadlock for a while. The monster wolves were unable to break through the defensive line organized by the cultivators, and the cultivators were unable to take another step forward. Standing in the spiritual land, Lu Yi controlled his imperial equipment while observing the battlefield. He saw the giant armor roaring, attracting the attention of many cultivators. Many attacks landed on him, making banging sounds. The spirit light on his body flickered wildly, and many cultivators exclaimed in surprise. They probably did not expect that there would be someone in this world with such a strong physique. He saw Xiaoliang and Tan Sheng mixed in with the Holy Eve's spiritual land cultivators, constantly attacking. With just the two of them, the defense of that area was impregnable. These two were obviously holding back. If 2 Cloud River Realm 9th Order cultivators went all out, it would be enough to cause a lot of trouble for the monster wolves in front of them. However, although the monster wolves in front of them were constantly pushed back, they quickly surged forward. It was understandable. With so many people from the Holy Eve's spiritual land mobilizing, if the two of them did not hold back, how could they pull chestnuts out of the fire? From the looks of it, their cooperation with the Holy Eve's spiritual land was only superficial. Everything seemed normal, but everything was so abnormal. Search. This battle had erupted too hastily. If Fire Prairie really wanted to attack the spiritual land, yesterday would have been the best opportunity. They should not have dragged it out until today. So many of them had died yesterday. Although the death of their companions would cause many cultivators to panic, it would also trigger their hatred and anger to the greatest extent. If the Fire Prairie had given the order to attack yesterday, they would not have been able to keep the spiritual land. A night of rest would not allow the Holy Eve's spiritual land cultivators to gain more strength. On the contrary, it would make them worry about gains and losses. Why did Fire Prairie attack? Just because of his actions last night? Or was it because of Xiaoliang and Tansheng's help? Lu Yi didn't quite understand. Although the battle was intense, there were very few casualties, be it cultivators or demon wolves. This was because even though the cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land had taken the initiative to attack, they had assumed a defensive posture. As such, the casualties were naturally not that great. This was clearly an order given by the Fire Prairie in advance. Looking at the current situation, it seemed that the Holy Eve's spiritual land would win as long as they could withstand the demon wolf's counterattack. This was completely contrary to their offensive strategy. If they really wanted to attack, they should have disregarded all losses and charged into the spiritual land. They would have killed every wolf they saw and killed every person they saw. They would have slaughtered every single person they saw and turned the spiritual land upside down. They should not have defended their camp so tightly that it was impenetrable. Moreover, from the beginning of the battle, Lu Yi had felt an aura firmly locking onto him. That was the aura of the Fire Prairie. Fire Prairie's eyes burned with fury as he roared, "Lu Yi, get over here and accept your death!" He looked as if his mind had been twisted by hatred. Lu Yi ignored his words. While controlling his 9 Dao Imperial equipment, he raised his hand and an array flag appeared in his hand. If not for the fact that he had to control the array, he would have charged over with his saber. Why would he just stand there and do nothing? The protective array and trap array of the spiritual land had been broken. He didn't set it up again because it was meaningless. However, it didn't mean that there were no other arrays in the spiritual land. The moment he saw the array flag in Lu Ye's hand, Fire Prairie's expression changed. He shouted, "Be careful!" As he said that, Lu Yi waved the array flag in his hand. A loud explosion, accompanied by flames, shot into the sky, followed by screams. Liao Yuan immediately turned his head to look and saw that a hole had been torn in the front line where his own cultivators were. Around the hole, 7 or 8 cultivators were covered in blood. Although they didn't die, their ears were ringing and they were in a sorry state. The demon wolf in this position took advantage of the situation and killed several people in an instant. Another loud explosion was heard. On the other side, another array was activated. Several people were trapped in the array and met with misfortune. "Block it. Don't let them rush over." "Junior brother Yin. Senior brother, save me." The scene was in chaos. The sudden eruption of the 2 explosion magical matrices caused everyone from the Holy Eve's spiritual land to tremble. Even though they already knew that they would have to pay a price for forcefully attacking, when the price was right before their eyes, it was still so difficult to accept. Sharp claws pierced through their chests and sharp teeth tore through their flesh. Screams were heard one after another. Fortunately, the Holy Eve's spiritual land maintained a defensive posture. Therefore, after a short period of panic, the 2 holes in the defensive line were quickly filled up by the nearby cultivators and stabilized. However, the dead cultivators couldn't be revived. Moreover, the explosion of the 2 explosion arrays had left a shadow in everyone's heart. Would the next array be on their side? What made them feel slightly relieved was that there were no more explosion arrays. Although Lu Yi had set up a large number of active arrays in the spiritual land, they were scattered everywhere. There weren't many arrays where the cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land were. He didn't activate all of them at once. Instead, he left a few behind so that he could create a greater deterrent at the right time. "Lu Yi, I'm going to kill you." "Ah!" Hua Liao Yuan roared as if he had gone mad. At the same time, Lu Yi felt the aura locked on him become stronger. "Brother Xia, Hua Liao Yuan's condition isn't right. Tan Xing said softly to Xiaoliang while blocking the monster wolves in front of him. After all, he was a Cloud River Realm Ninth Order cultivator and the leader of this operation. He shouldn't be acting like this. He should have known that a strong attack would result in huge losses. Although the Holy Eve's spiritual land had suffered some losses, they weren't that big. Hua Liao Yuan's reaction was obviously a little exaggerated. I see. Xiaoliang, on the other hand, replied incoherently, and a look of sudden realization appeared on his face. Tan Sheng? Xiaoliang said in a deep voice. It seems that I have underestimated Hua Liao Yuan. This time, Lu Yi will definitely die. What a pity. He wasn't regretting Lu Ye's death, but that after Lu Yi died, he and Tan Sheng would only get 20% of the bounty. After splitting it, each of them would get 10%. No wonder Hua Liao Yuan said that their help was just icing on the cake. If Hua Liao Yuan had such a thing, he and Tan Sheng would really be just icing on the cake. He was willing to share 20% of the bounty not because of their help, but because he couldn't afford to offend the Wild Blade sect. Lu Ye's bounty couldn't be taken all by himself, so he used 20% to form a good relationship. In other words, Hua Liao Yuan felt a sense of crisis after he and Tan Sheng were exposed. Or maybe it was because of Lu Ye's attack last night that he chose to attack the Holy Land today. Brother Xia, what are you talking about? Tan Sheng was confused. How could Lu Yi be dead for sure? You'll know when you see. Xiaoliang didn't explain too much because it wouldn't take long for everything to appear in front of them. It would be a waste of time to explain, but he didn't forget to remind Tan Sheng, remember to escape in time. Tan Sheng was even more confused, but he suppressed his doubts and silently made his move. The battle was still in full swing. Although the Holy Eve's spiritual land had lost more than 10 people due to the explosion of the 2 explosion arrays, the remaining cultivators still held the line and didn't let the wolves break through. Hua Liao Yuan's expression became more and more twisted with anger. Flames surged around his body, making him look like he was burning. Lu Yi suddenly had a feeling that something wasn't quite right. The aura that Hua Liao Yuan had locked onto him was too strong. At the beginning of the battle, this aura had locked onto him, but Lu Yi didn't care. Hua Liao Yuan had suffered a great loss at his hands, and so many cultivators had died. It was normal for him to keep an eye on him during the battle. After that, the aura kept increasing, and Lu Yi just thought it was caused by his anger. But now, how could the aura of a 9th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator be so strong? Lu Yi even had the feeling that he was being bound by an invisible force, and as time passed, that feeling became clearer and clearer. He raised his eyes and looked at Hua Liao Yuan and saw him staring at him. Their eyes met, and Hua Liao Yuan was still shouting, "Lu Yi, I'll kill you!" as if he had gone crazy, but his eyes were clear. And from the beginning to the end, he was only shouting and didn't take the initiative to attack. Shit! Lu Ye's heart thumped. He didn't know what Hua Liao Yuan was doing, but he was sure that he had fallen into some kind of trap. Hua Liao Yuan's continuous shouting suddenly stopped at this moment, and Lu Yi was shocked to find that he couldn't move. An invisible force was binding him, and he was firmly locked in place. Hua Liao Yuan smiled, as if his scheme had succeeded. He looked over calmly. Lu Yi, come and die. As soon as he finished speaking, an object slowly floated up from his hand, emitting a brilliant light. In an instant, everyone's attention was attracted to that object. It was a square object the size of a child's palm, and there was a big word engraved on the front, Die! On the back, there was also a big word, Fight. As soon as this object appeared, 2 rays of light shot out, one landing on Lu Yi and the other on Hua Liao Yuan, and like 2 ropes, they firmly bound the 2. Li Baxian, who was fighting on his sword, was shocked and exclaimed, "The death arena!" As soon as he said that, 100 flying swords flew into the air and attacked the palm-sized death arena. Feng Yuechan's expression also changed, and she moved to help. But whether it was Li Baxian's flying swords or Feng Yuechan's spells, they couldn't damage the death arena at all. Not to mention the death arena, even Lu Yi and Huo Liao Yuan, who were trapped by the death arena, were unharmed. Chapter 607 Deathmatch Arena. Tan Sheng, who was defending against the demon wolves, exclaimed as he looked at the glowing object, "I see." No wonder Fire Prairie was behaving so strangely today. It turned out that they were going to use this object. Everything made sense now. It was the Holy Eve spiritual land who had launched the attack, but they had been defending passively. Fire Prairie looked like he had lost his mind, but he was only shouting and did not do anything stupid. Everything was a facade to pave the way for this moment. Indeed, Xia Liang muttered softly. The truth was as he had guessed. Fire Prairie really did have a deathmatch arena. He was able to sense it because Fire Prairie was behaving strangely. Secondly, the aura he had locked onto Lu Yi was too abnormal. It was not Fire Prairie's aura, but the aura that extended from the deathmatch arena. That was why it exceeded Fire Prairie's limit. There were many unique treasures in the 9 regions. These unique treasures had all kinds of strange effects. The tracking disc that Tan Sheng used to track Lu Ye's whereabouts was a unique treasure. The golden body token that Lu Yi used to save his life was also a unique treasure. The deathmatch arena was also a unique treasure. It only had one use, which was to lure the user who activated the deathmatch arena and the enemy who was targeted by the deathmatch arena into a deathmatch arena. In terms of value, this object could not be compared to the golden body token that Lu Yi used before. After all, it was a good item that could save one's life. The deathmatch arena was not used to save one's life, but to force the enemy to fight to the death. Therefore, it had a lot of limitations. It had to ensure that the enemy was weaker than the user. Furthermore, there was a prerequisite to using it. The aura extended from the deathmatch arena had to completely lock onto the enemy. In other words, Fire Prairie could not be too far away from Lu Yi. Furthermore, it needed some time to accumulate power. If Lu Yi exceeded a certain distance from Fire Prairie, the deathmatch arena would not be able to activate its effect. This was also the reason why Fire Prairie decided to launch the attack today. It was also the reason why he did not ask Xia Liang about the location of the Tianji pillar. It did not matter if there was a Tianji pillar or not. As long as he successfully activated the deathmatch arena, Lu Yi would definitely die. All of his previous actions had been a disguise, all in order to make Lu Yi lower his guard. But now, it seemed that his plan had been successful. Lu Yi hadn't realized the impending crisis until the very last moment. However, it was already too late. When the 2 beams of light from the deathmatch arena locked onto him and Huo Liaoan, the power of this treasure was completely unleashed. Li Baxian's flying swords and Feng Yuechan's spells continued to bombard the deathmatch stage, but the small stage remained unmoved. Lu Ye's and Huo Liaoyuan's figures, along with the small deathmatch arena, disappeared in a flash of light. "Junior brother!" Li Baxian cried out in alarm. He couldn't stop Lu Ye's fate at all. "Let's go!" Xia Liang bellowed and quickly retreated. Tan Sheng, who had been warned by him, followed closely behind. At the same time, all the cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land were fighting and retreating in an orderly manner. Although Li Baxian and the other 2 were furious and chased after them with the wolf pack, the results were minimal. They could only watch as the cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land retreated out of the range of the Forbidden Sky formation. Then they all rose into the sky and ran away. The wolves chased them to the edge of the spiritual land, howling one after another, but no longer moved forward. They could still fight with the cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land within the range of the space restricting array. But once they left the range of the space restricting array, they would become living targets. Although Li Baxian was angry and worried, he still had reason. He stopped chasing and immediately checked Lu Ye's battle imprint. In the current situation, Lu Yi and Hua Liaoyuan had been drawn into the space created by the deathmatch arena. Even if he had 1,000 methods, he couldn't help. He could only determine whether Lu Yi was dead or alive through his battle imprint. "Senior brother." "Phone," Yue Chan leaned over and called out softly, comforting him. "Senior brother is fine." "Senior brother, have you forgotten? In the hunting ground, junior brother, Lu killed a 7th order when he was just a 3rd order. Now he's already a 5th order." Although that battle wasn't a result of Lu Ye's efforts alone, and the 3 of them had done their best, Li Baxian's eyes still shone with hope when he heard Feng Yuechan's words. He nodded repeatedly. Yes, little junior brother's fine, as long as he can activate his final trump card. At this point, his face turned ugly again. He looked up at Feng Yuechan and his eyes lost focus. "Hoopa is sleeping." Lu Ye's trump card needed to be paired with Hoopa, but ever since Hoopa had swallowed an overlord-ranked Yao core, it had been in a deep slumber and had yet to awaken. Not only was it in a deep slumber, even he had fallen into a deep slumber. In other words, the current Lu Yi had no external help at all. He was alone, facing an opponent whose cultivation was for minor realms higher than him. Li Baxian's figure became unstable, and he couldn't help but stagger, his face suddenly turning pale. The space in the death arena was about 3,000 meters in length and width. The sky was empty, and there were barriers all around. It wasn't that the space in the death arena was only so big, but that the size of the space in the death arena varied according to the cultivation of the user. Hua Liaoyuan was a Cloud River Realm 9th Order cultivator, so when he used the death arena, the space was limited to this. But if a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator used the death arena, the space might cover a few dozen kilometers or more. When Lu Ye's figure suddenly appeared here, the invisible force binding him suddenly disappeared, allowing him to regain his freedom. He immediately observed his surroundings and saw Hua Liaoyuan standing at the other end of the death arena. The surrounding environment felt familiar to him. He had been to this place before, and more than once. During the Spirit Stream list battle, some of his opponents chose this kind of terrain. When others challenged him, he also chose this kind of terrain, but the range was smaller because it was more convenient for weapon cultivators to display their strength. So, was this place similar to the Spirit Stream list battle? It was just that Hua Liaoyuan used a strange artifact to allow him to enter this place together. Pushing his spirit energy, Lu Yi tried to fly out without any hindrance, but he was blocked by the barriers around him. Furthermore, he could feel the sturdiness of the barriers and knew that he couldn't break them. Being trapped in such a small space with a Cloud River Realm 9th Order cultivator was an unprecedentedly bad situation. Although his strength had increased greatly compared to when he was in the hunting ground, he didn't think that he was a 9th Order cultivator's opponent. With the strength he could display now, he might be able to fight an 8th Order cultivator, but against a 9th Order cultivator, he would have to use his beast transformation secret technique. But Hoopa was in a deep sleep, so he couldn't use his beast transformation secret technique. So, the only trump card he could use to deal with his enemy was the Fire Phoenix Spirit Rune. But this thing needed a certain amount of time to activate, and in this small space his enemy wouldn't be stupid enough to let him slowly accumulate strength. Once he tried to activate the Fire Phoenix Spirit Rune, he would definitely be attacked like a storm. Trouble. Don't waste your energy. Seeing that Lu Yi wanted to escape, Hua Liaoyuan's voice rang out. In the death arena, only one of us can survive. Only when one of us dies will the death arena be removed. Death arena. Lu Yi frowned slightly. He had never heard of such a thing. Although he was also a Cloud River Realm cultivator, and had even reached the 5th Order, his knowledge and experience were still too shallow compared to ordinary cultivators. It couldn't be helped. His cultivation time was too short. But based on his experience and Hua Liaoyuan's previous actions, the so-called Death Arena should be a treasure with a special function. Who do you think will be the one who died? Hua Liao Yuan crossed his hands behind his back and hovered more than 10 feet above the ground, looking down at Lu Yi coldly. Lu Yi glanced at him indifferently and rubbed the hilt of his mountain coiling saber with his thumb. Fortunately, the Ninth Order cultivator who used the death arena against him was from the Sacred Flame sect. 99% of the Sacred Flame sect cultivators were fire attribute cultivators, and he was the least afraid of fire. If either Xiaoliang or Tansheng used the death arena today, he would definitely die. But it was Hua Liao Yuan, so the situation was hopeless. Lu Yi! Hua Liao Yuan roared. Lu Ye's silence had undoubtedly angered him. He looked furious. You better accept your death obediently, or else I have ways to torture you. In the death arena, external forces couldn't interfere. His cultivation was higher than Lu Ye's by a full 4 minor realms, so he was confident in his victory. But even so, it couldn't erase the anger in his heart. On this trip, the Holy Eve's spiritual land had suffered heavy losses. On the first day, more than 60 people had died, and today nearly 20 people had died in the attack. Such losses could be said to be more than half of the people he had brought with him. He was even forced to use a precious treasure like the death arena. Even if he killed Lu Yi today, the sect would definitely hold him accountable. He only hoped that he could make up for his mistakes. Otherwise, his future would be ruined. He should be able to make up for his mistakes. After all, the bounty on Lu Yi's head was too huge. As long as he killed Lu Yi, not only would he not be punished, he would also be rewarded greatly. Which first-grade sect didn't want to kill Lu Yi? Lu Ye's response was an attack. His body rushed out like a vigorous cheetah, and with the support of wind travel, he left behind an afterimage as he quickly closed the distance between them. The first goal of a weapon cultivator against a magic cultivator was to close the distance and fight in close combat. Lu Yi was only a 5th Order cultivator, but Hua Liao Yuan was a 9th Order cultivator. As long as he got close to Lu Yi, it was hard to say who would die. After all, magic cultivators spent a lot of time studying magic arts, so their bodies were always weak. So, even if there was no harm in stalling for time, he took the initiative to attack. Chapter 608. Very good. Hua Liao Yuan was so angry that he laughed. Lu Ye's reaction was within his expectations. If the other party was really going to resign himself to death, then he would really look down on Li. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped the air in front of him. Spirit energy surged around his body, with his palm as the origin. A fiery, red, spiritual energy disk with a radius of several tens of meters quickly spread out. Within the disk, complex lines were intertwined with each other, flashing with light. The spirit energy disk seemed to be embedded in Hua Liao Yuan's palm, and as he activated his spirit energy, the disk began to glow. As soon as he activated it, fireballs of various sizes appeared out of thin air, dragging bright flames behind them as they shot towards Lu Yi like a meteor shower. As a 9th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator, he studied spirit techniques all year round. Naturally, his attainments in spirit techniques were extremely high. The meteor shower was extraordinary as soon as he made his move. The dense fireballs dragged a red glow behind them. Under Hua Liao Yuan's control, they turned into arcs and rushed towards Lu Yi. Wherever they passed, space was burned and distorted. Lu Ye's figure leapt. He dodged the first few fireballs that hit him. Taking advantage of the gaps in the meteor shower, he quickly moved forward. His movements were swift. His reaction was fast. It was far beyond the level of a 5th Order cultivator. Hong hong hong. The fireballs hit the air one after another. They bombarded the deathmatch arena and the restriction barrier in the surroundings. Dazzling flames bloomed. An astonishing heat wave erupted. The calm Hua Liao Yuan revealed a look of surprise. He, a 9th Order cultivator, personally took action against a 5th Order cultivator. In fact, he didn't pay too much attention. In his opinion, the difference in their cultivations was so great that he was afraid that a casual spirit technique would be enough to take Lu Ye's life. Using a spirit technique like the meteor shower was already an extremely safe response. However, Lu Ye's performance surprised him. The other party was actually able to shuttle through his meteor shower. Was this the reaction of a fifth-order cultivator? Liao Yuan's expression immediately became serious. It wasn't as if he had never failed miserably at an easy task, and he had warned himself before. His mind power began to surge, and the number of fireballs that surged out from the spirit energy disk in front of him increased, and their trajectories became more and more erratic. Lu Yi was like a fish swimming against the current of the fireballs. When Fire Prairie's mentality changed, he immediately felt the pressure and slowed down his swimming speed. Magic cultivators had a certain degree of control over the techniques they released, and this ability would manifest itself after a cultivator reached the seventh order. Take Lu Yi, for example. When he first cultivated the Fire Phoenix technique, his cultivation was only at the third order. The spell was cast. He had no way of controlling the trajectory at all, so his accuracy was extremely poor. However, once a cultivator reached the seventh order realm, they would be able to control spirit qi outside of their body. This was also the fundamental reason why cultivators could control spirit qi outside of their body. Being able to control the spirit qi inside a spirit artifact meant that they could also control techniques. The level of a magic cultivator's attainment was not only dependent on how many techniques they had mastered and how powerful they were, but also on how well they could control their own techniques. Liao Yuan was undoubtedly a qualified magic cultivator. Although he couldn't control all of the fireballs that surged out, he could still control a portion of them. However, the trajectory of the fireballs that were controlled by him was extremely difficult to distinguish. Just like now, Lu Yi had clearly dodged some of the fireballs, but they could still return and attack him from behind. Lu Ye's hand, which had been on the hilt of his saber all this time, flashed with a fiery red light as the mountain coiling saber was unsheathed. Under the sharp light of the saber, the incoming fireballs were split apart, creating a series of explosions. Lu Ye's protective spirit qi lingered around his body, and the scattered sparks fell, accelerating the consumption of Lu Ye's spirit qi. He didn't use the power of his talent tree. This was the reason why he was so confident in facing Liao Yuan. He didn't want to expose it unless it was absolutely necessary. Moreover, if he wanted to defeat a ninth-order Cloud River Realm cultivator, relying on the power of his talent tree alone was far from enough. He needed to let Liao Yuan consume as much of his spirit qi as possible. Only then could he kill him in a single blow when he was at his weakest. In terms of cultivation, he was indeed much weaker than Liao Yuan. However, other than this, Liao Yuan had no other advantage. Die. Liao Yuan suddenly let out a roar with a ferocious look on his face. Lu Ye's long blade came to an abrupt halt as he turned to look at the huge fireball in front of him. This fireball was clearly different from the others, and the spirit energy contained within it was extremely violent. Just as he was paying attention to this fireball, a chaotic and violent energy fluctuation came at the same time. The huge fireball suddenly expanded in his field of vision, accompanied by a violent buzzing sound and a scorching light. The fireball exploded, engulfing Lu Ye's figure. Liao Yuan didn't stop, instead taking advantage of the situation to pursue. Under his exquisite control, more fireballs poured into the fireball one after another, triggering the aura of death. The fireball suddenly surged, and Lu Ye's sorry figure fell out of it. His body leaned forward slightly as he spread out his hand in front of him. A huge spirit rune appeared in front of him. At first glance, it looked like he was holding a shield. Although his other hand was badly burned by the flames, he still held onto his mountain coiling saber tightly. His feet were planted on the death arena stage. Under the huge impact, he slid back more than 300 meters before he could stabilize himself. With a crash, The spirit rune shield in front of him shattered, revealing Lu Ye's figure. His clothes were tattered and his body was covered in burn marks. Even his hair was curly and charred. He had tried his best to gradually close the distance between him and Hua Liaoyuan, but his opponent had easily erased all his previous efforts and returned everything to square one. Sure enough, I hate cultivators. Lu Yi turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood to calm the tumbling blood in his chest. These fellows relied on their strength to do whatever they wanted, making him unable to use his skills at all. Liao Yuan was slightly taken aback. Looking at Lu Yi, who had escaped, his expression suddenly became excited. Amazing, amazing! He looked as if he had discovered something new and interesting. His eyes were full of excitement and joy. A trivial fifth-order cultivator was able to block my spirit art. Lu Yi, you really are a monster. No wonder the great forces of Myriad Demon Ridge have such a headache over you. I was thinking that it wouldn't be worth it to just kill you like this. After all, I used a rare treasure like the Death Arena. Since you're so powerful, his expression suddenly became cold, and the words that came out of his mouth were like ice from the 9 nether hells. Then struggle well. No matter what, I've paid so much, so you have to let me see a good show. With another flash of light, the dense fireballs on the spirit energy disc reappeared. After the fireballs appeared, they only paused for a moment before rushing towards Lu Yi. After suffering a loss just now, how could Lu Yi not know that with his current strength, it was simply wishful thinking to rush in front of his opponent in this situation? The physique of a spirit art cultivator was indeed thin. If a weapon cultivator got close to them, most of them wouldn't have a good ending. However, they had long arms. In the face of an absolute gap in strength, it was impossible for a weapon cultivator to get close to them. Sure enough, he had to constantly consume his strength. With such a dense attack, even if Hua Liaoyuan was a 9th order cultivator, he would definitely consume a lot of energy. After making up his mind, Lu Yi immediately dashed to the side. Fireballs followed closely behind, brushing past his body as they bombarded the Death Arena stage and collided with the barrier, creating loud, rumbling noises. As the fireballs exploded, they swept out in all directions, causing Lu Yi to feel like he was a canoe drifting in the middle of the sea, drifting about in the middle of the raging waves. Hua Liaoyuan was indeed going crazy. His expression was distorted. This might have something to do with the heavy casualties yesterday. More than 60 people had died at once, so the psychological pressure he was under was too great. Now that he had an opportunity, he could finally release it all. While urging his spirit art to attack, he laughed madly and shouted from time to time, "Run, run! Look at you, you're running like a mouse. How ugly is your posture? You want to kill me? If you want to kill me, then come. You only know how to run, but you won't have the chance to kill me." While ridiculing, he didn't forget to provoke. It could be seen that Hua Liaoyuan's temperament was very meticulous. Even in a situation where he had complete control, he still instinctively used words to influence Lu Yi's mind. Why would Lu Yi pay attention to him? Since he had made up his mind to exhaust Hua Liaoyuan's strength, the longer he delayed, the better. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Yi kept running around the Death Arena. Occasionally, he would pretend to charge over to confuse Hua Liaoyuan. Unsurprisingly, every time he did that, Hua Liaoyuan's attacks would become more ferocious and block him. The mountain pan saber in his hand was almost like a decoration. He didn't have the chance to swing it at all. The defensive spirit inscriptions kept urging, blocking some attacks that he couldn't avoid. None of the fireballs caused direct damage to him, but the impact from the explosions still caused pain all over his body and his qi and blood to tremble. This was also the reason why he didn't urge the talent tree's power immediately. While it was true that urging the talent tree could prevent the fire elemental power from harming him, the accompanying impact and tremors couldn't be avoided. Moreover, urging the talent tree like that consumed a lot of mental strength. Even if Lu Yi's mental strength was much stronger than cultivators of the same level, he couldn't maintain it for long. He had to wait for the right opportunity to use this trump card. Only then would it have an unexpected effect. Time passed. A cup of tea, a stick of incense. Lu Yi was in an increasingly sorry state. Liao Yuan's expression was no longer as relaxed as before. The meteor shower spell consumed a lot of energy. He had never maintained it for such a long time. In just a stick of incense's time, he had used up nearly half of his spirit qi. However, what made him feel helpless was that Lu Ye was still alive and kicking. Chapter 609. This was the awkwardness of a magic art cultivator. Even if the difference in cultivation was huge, if the magic art couldn't hit its target, it would be meaningless. Moreover, judging from Lu Ye's speed and response, Liao Yuan couldn't help but have a strange feeling that he wasn't fighting a fifth-order weapon cultivator. In the Holy Eve spirit land, the cultivators of the two sects would often seek him out to exchange pointers, especially an eighth-order weapon cultivator named Mingzhe, who sought him out the most frequently. But when he compared the two, Liao Yuan couldn't help but be surprised to find that Lu Ye's performance was even better than his junior brother Mingzhe's. At the very least, his junior brother Mingzhe had never been able to last so long against him. What kind of monster is this? How can a fifth-order cultivator be comparable to an eighth-order cultivator? Is what I'm seeing all of this? Even if he didn't underestimate Lu Yi from the beginning, Liao Yuan was still a little shocked at this moment. With a thought, the fiery red spirit energy disk in front of him slowly disappeared. Meteor Fire Shower was a dense and violent attack, suitable for one against many, but the consumption was too high. From what he had seen so far, it was unrealistic to rely on this magic art to kill Lu Yi. Liao Yuan could only think of another way. At the same time, Lu Yi, who sensed that his opponent's attack had subsided, immediately tapped his feet on the ground and turned around to pounce at Liao Yuan. Wishful thinking. How could Liao Yuan not know Lu Ye's plan? The other party obviously wanted to take this opportunity to close in on him. With an angry roar, spirit energy surged around his body. The fiery red spirit energy in front of him gathered and wriggled, as if something was about to pounce out. Lu Yi stared at the wriggling spirit energy, and the artifact box at his waist buzzed. 9 imperial artifacts were ready to go. The distance between them quickly closed, but before Lu Yi could activate his imperial artifacts, a hissing sound came from the wriggling spirit energy in front of him. Then a fire snake, several meters long and as thick as a bowl, shot out. If one ignored the flames burning around the fire snake, it looked like a real snake. Its body was smooth and its scales were fine. Even its eyes and fangs were lifelike. The fire snake pounced out and hissed. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Lu Yi and opened its mouth to bite. Lu Yi turned and dodged the attack, continuing to attack Fire Prairie. Unexpectedly, the fire snake suddenly twisted its body and whipped its flaming tail towards Lu Ye's back with great force. Lu Yi dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. His body was delayed. He turned around and saw the fire snake chasing after him as if it had a mind of its own. Another hissing sound rang out. The second fire snake slithered its body and attacked. Its speed was so fast that no one could react to it. Lu Yi didn't have time to think too much. He flipped to the side, but the 2 fire snakes were like living creatures. They attacked him from both sides and entangled him. The Pan Mountain blade swung down, and a sharp blade aura swept out. The long blade landed on the fire snake's body, and a dull sound rang out. It was as if the blade had struck steel. This was clearly a spell formed by gathering spiritual energy, but it was as if it had been endowed with a powerful body and life. Lu Yi sighed in his heart, as expected of a professional spell cultivator. Although he could also use a similar fire dragon spell, he could only control it slightly. He definitely couldn't do it to Fire Prairie's level, which allowed the spell to last for a long time. Summoning these 2 fire snakes had undoubtedly consumed a lot of Fire Prairie's spiritual energy. He didn't summon a third one. Instead, he stood in place and controlled the two fire snakes to fight with Lu Yi. A large-scale spell, like meteor fire rain, couldn't do anything to Lu Yi, so he would crush him in his area of expertise. Strictly speaking, these two fire snakes were also fighting Lu Yi in close quarters. The figures of one man and two fire snakes flitted about, and the situation became dangerous. As Lu Yi swung his pan mountain blade, sparks flew everywhere from time to time. Fire Prairie's expression gradually turned serious. He realized that although Lu Yi wasn't handling the situation with ease, it was impossible to kill him with just two fire snakes. These two fire snakes could last for a while, but as time passed, the power they could unleash would decrease. He couldn't drag this out any longer. Fire Prairie felt that something was wrong. He had to use the most ferocious method to kill Lu Yi in one blow. When he used the Death Arena, he never thought that Lu Yi, a fifth-order weapon cultivator, would be able to last so long under his attacks. But at this moment, no matter how much he hated Lu Yi, he had to admit that this guy was indeed a difficult opponent to deal with. With this thought in mind, he suddenly opened his arms and shook his body. In an instant, sparks flew out from the sky. At first glance, these sparks looked like fireflies. They were weak and inconspicuous, as if they would be extinguished with a blow. But the moment these sparks appeared, Lu Yi felt a great sense of crisis. The strength of one's mind came with the strength of one's perception. One could perceive many dangers and opportunities that were difficult to see with the naked eye. Lu Yi, who was fighting with the two fire snakes, glanced over at Fire Prairie and saw the sky full of fireflies floating towards him. The fireflies weren't slow, but they covered a large area. No matter what kind of technique it was definitely not something he could contend with right now. Lu Yi immediately rushed towards Fire Prairie, but two fire snakes, one on the left and one on the right, firmly blocked his path, constantly entangling him. In just a moment, the sky full of fireflies covered half of the Death Arena. Some of them even fell on Lu Yi's body, but he didn't feel much. Fire Prairie slowly raised his hand, and the spirit energy around him surged violently. He shouted, "Lu Yi, it's your honor to die under this move of mine." Lu Yi's response was a flash of light. His violent attacks finally broke through a fire snake. His legs were strengthened by wind walk. Just as he was about to run at full speed, he felt a burning sensation wrap around his body. Looking back, he saw that the fire snake that should have been broken by his saber didn't collapse after being cut in half. Instead, it wrapped around his legs like a living creature. Before Lu Yi could break free from the entanglement, another fire snake had already taken advantage of the opportunity to wrap itself around him, tying him up tightly and dragging him to the ground. Lu Yi panicked, but he didn't panic. The fight had greatly weakened the two fire snakes, so he just urged the spirit energy around him and used his arms to break the fire snake, binding him into several pieces. But he was still a step too late. Fire Prairie raised his hand and aimed it at Lu Yi. Then he clenched his hand as if he was crushing an invisible bug. He said in a cold and deep voice, "Prairie Fire Explosion Burial!" A faint fluorescent light suddenly brightened 1,000 times in an instant. At the same time, the light emitted a heart-palpitating spirit energy fluctuation. If it was just a little bit of light, Lu Yi naturally wouldn't care. But at this moment, there were more than a little bit of light floating around him. There were thousands, tens of thousands. There were countless of them. Like a prairie fire, they quickly spread in all directions. All the light exploded, and in an instant, it was as if countless small suns had exploded where Lu Yi was. At this moment, he had just broken free from the fire snake's entanglement. No matter how fast he was, it was impossible for him to escape this area. A loud noise accompanied by a burst of fluorescent light was heard, followed by a series of loud buzzing noises. Dazzling flames enveloped half of the Death Arena, and the intense heat caused space to distort. The soaring light was blocked by the barrier, and the resulting shock waves raged back and forth in the huge Death Arena, causing Fire Prairie's black hair and clothes to flutter. Even the person who used this technique was dazzled by the spectacular scene in front of him. Fire Prairie laughed loudly. Finally, Lu Yi is dead. With such a technique, not to mention Lu Yi, who was just a 5th order, even a 9th order master wouldn't be able to resist. This was one of Fire Prairie's trump cards. In terms of power, it was number 1 among all the techniques he had mastered. The only drawback was that its casting speed was too slow and it had a lot of limitations. It could only be used when the enemy was restrained. The death arena wasn't big, and Lu Yi was entangled by the fire snake, giving this technique the perfect opportunity to shine. Will Lu Yi die without a complete corpse? If that's the case, then there will be no witnesses. Will the big sects of Myriad Demon Ridge recognize the bounty they issued? Even if Lu Yi didn't die without a complete corpse, he would definitely be burned beyond recognition. Yes, Xiaoliang and Tansheng witnessed me using the death arena. As long as they are willing to stand out and testify, those big sects won't go back on their word. Taking a step back, even if no one testifies, I can swear by the heavens' secret oath to prove that I killed Lu Yi. As he relaxed his mind, all kinds of thoughts suddenly popped into his mind. Fire Prairie Fire's face turned slightly pale as he sat on the ground. Although this battle didn't last long, his consumption was too great. Just the meteor fire shower lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, and nearly half of his spiritual energy was consumed. After that, the fire serpent technique didn't consume too much energy, but the prairie fire explosion burial was another technique that consumed a lot of spiritual energy. At this moment, his spiritual energy was only left with about 20% of his usual spiritual energy. Moreover, his spirit chi was greatly drained, and he already felt a little dizzy. Using a technique didn't just consume spirit chi, it also put a burden on the spirit chi. The more powerful the technique, the greater the burden on the spirit chi. This was one of the drawbacks of being a technique cultivator that couldn't be avoided. However, when he thought about the unimaginable reward for killing Lu Yi, Fire Prairie Fire's mood brightened up again. However, just as the smile appeared on his face, it suddenly froze. No, the deathmatch arena had its own rules. Only one person could leave this place alive, and once one of them died, the restraints of the deathmatch arena would be instantly removed, allowing that person to return to their original position in the deathmatch arena. But why was he still in the deathmatch arena? To be continued. Chapter 610. When this thought appeared, Liao Yuan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The rules of the death arena were set by heaven's will and could not be wrong. The moment Lu Yi died, he should have been sent out of this space and returned to his original position. But he was still here. Instinctively, he raised his head and looked forward. The soaring flames were still surging, but there was only a remnant force left, and it would be completely extinguished in 2 or 3 breaths. Then he saw an unbelievable truth. From the power of the technique that could turn a 9th order cloud river realm cultivator into a charred corpse, a figure rushed out. How is this possible? Liao Yuan exclaimed. Lu Yi was not dead. How could he not be dead? That was Burning Prairie Exploding Burial, one of his trump cards. This was simply a nightmare. What made Liao Yuan even more incredulous was that not only was Lu Yi not dead, he wasn't even seriously injured. Although he looked battered and exhausted, his clothes were tattered and his flesh was exposed in many places. There wasn't a single trace of being burned by the flames on his exposed flesh. The injuries on his body were the same as before. His Burning Prairie Exploding Burial seemed to have only scratched an itch. For Lu Yi, such a powerful technique was naturally not just a scratch for Lu Yi. Although he had activated the power of the talent tree at the critical moment to isolate himself from the damage caused by the flames, the impact from the explosions was not something the talent tree could isolate. On the surface, he did not seem to be affected, but in reality his 5 viscera and 6 bowels had been displaced. Blood was flowing in reverse in his throat, but he suppressed it with all his might. Every part of his body was in pain. He rushed out of the flames with boundless murderous intent and charged straight at Huoliao Yuan. After a brief moment of shock and horror, Huoliao Yuan finally reacted. He hurriedly got up from the ground and raised his hand to blast a few techniques at Lu Yi. However, the distance between them was now only 500 feet. This was the closest Lu Yi had been to Huoliao Yuan since they entered the death arena, and he was still closing in. The weapon box at his waist buzzed, and 9 streams of light shot out one after another to meet Huoliao Yuan's techniques. Huoliao Yuan had used up a lot of his energy and was mentally exhausted. Although the spell he cast in a hurry was powerful, it was still far from his peak state. A series of explosions erupted as the oncoming spell techniques exploded in unison, sending sparks flying through the air. Ah! It was unknown whether Prairie Fire was frightened or if he was trying to gather strength for himself. Every time he shouted, a spell would be unleashed. However, at such a short distance, Lu Yi was able to control his imperial equipment like an extension of his arm. The spells would often explode the moment they were cast. Lu Yi even had the energy to control half of his imperial equipment to attack Fire Prairie. Imperial weapons attacked him one after another, but they were all blocked by Huoliao Yuan's protective spiritual light. They couldn't hurt him at all, but they still made him lose his balance. 300 feet, 20 feet, 10 feet, Lu Yi leaped high into the air and used his imperial equipment to clear the obstacles in front of him. The mountain coiling saber in his hand ignited, and his right arm that was holding the saber bulged slightly. Like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey, Huoliao Yuan, who clearly had a higher cultivation, panicked. Of course, he knew the consequences of letting a weapon cultivator close in on him as a Dharma cultivator, especially one like Lu Yi. Although he was only a 5th-order weapon cultivator, Huoliao Yuan judged that he was not inferior to an 8th-order weapon cultivator. The gap between 1st-order weapon cultivators wasn't as big as he imagined. He had once been approached by his junior brother, Mingjia, in the Spirit Land, and it took him a lot of effort to get rid of him. At that time, he was in his peak state. In his panic, he stumbled back while not forgetting to cast a spell. It had to be said that his attainments in magic arts were truly impressive. Even in such a situation, casting spells had become an instinct. 3 fire arrows flew out in a triangular formation, but they were all blocked by Lu Ye's imperial equipment. The saber that had been accumulating power for a long time slashed down. A flash! The moment the saber fell, the protective aura around Huoliao Yuan's body burst out with an even more dazzling light. It was obvious that he had used more spirit energy to protect himself. Hum! A loud sound rang out as spirit energy surged. Lu Ye's arm went numb while Huoliao Yuan was sent flying. The protective aura around his body hadn't dissipated yet, so Lu Ye's attack didn't take his life. However, the terrifying power contained in the attack was all added to Huoliao Yuan's body. Just like how Lu Ye's talent tree couldn't block the damage caused by the impact, Huoliao Yuan's protective aura couldn't block it either. However, Lu Yi could feel that the protective aura around Huoliao Yuan's body seemed to be elastic when his saber slashed down. This should be able to dissolve part of the force. Lu Yi had heard that there were 2 types of protective aura. One was rigid and the other was elastic. Rigid aura was like a barrier that wouldn't change shape. As long as the barrier didn't break, the cultivator wouldn't be injured. Elastic aura was different. This type of protective aura would cave in and dissolve part of the force. Both types of protective aura had their pros and cons. It depended on the cultivator's choice. However, if one wanted to make their protective aura elastic, they had to have great control over their own spirit energy. Moreover, it required a lot of practice. Not all cultivators could do it. Generally speaking, less than 20% of cultivators at the Cloud River tier could do it. Lu Yi didn't know much about protective aura. Usually, when he encountered an enemy and needed to protect himself, he would activate the defensive spirit tattoo. The defensive power of the defensive spirit tattoo was much stronger than pure protective aura. Hua Liao Yuan's control over his own spirit energy was undoubtedly very good. That was why he was able to unleash such an elastic protective aura. Otherwise, he would have been hit by at least 30% of the force just now. Even so, Hua Liao Yuan still spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Even if he was a ninth order spirit cultivator, it couldn't change the fact that his physique was thin. Of course, this was only in comparison. He felt as if his bones were about to break when he was hit by such a huge force. His stomach churned and his vision blurred. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lu Yi following him like a shadow. He didn't wait for Hua Liao Yuan to land before he slashed down again. This strike caused Hua Liao Yuan's body to sink as he plummeted downwards. At the same time, Lu Yi sent out a kick, causing Hua Liao Yuan to spin and fly 20 to 30 feet before crashing into the barrier of the deathmatch arena. Hua Liao Yuan landed awkwardly and howled in pain. His eyes were filled with fear and panic. If someone had told him before today that he would be beaten like a dog by a fifth-order spirit cultivator, he would have snorted disdainfully. But at this moment, he was really experiencing such a ridiculous thing. Everything was clearly under his control. He could have killed Lu Yi to wash away yesterday's humiliation and make up for his mistakes in exchange for a lifetime of endless wealth. How did it turn out like this? Wah! Hua Liao Yuan coughed up blood, not far away. He endured the pain all over his body and struggled to stand up. His blurred vision focused, and he saw Lu Yi half kneeling on the ground with his long saber in hand. There was a pool of blood in front of him. Hua Liao Yuan's eyes lit up at the scene. He was also injured. He wasn't as majestic as he looked. Hua Liao Yuan didn't realize that he had changed from a master who had complete control of the situation to a person who was worried about personal gains and losses. He was even overjoyed when his opponent coughed up blood and got injured. Lu Yi was feeling very uncomfortable. He had originally planned to kill Hua Liao Yuan in one go, but his excessive actions had aggravated his injuries. He had no choice but to stop chasing. After coughing up blood, he finally felt a little better. Looking up, Hua Liao Yuan was also looking at him with a fierce gaze and surging spirit energy. Without any communication, the two moved almost at the same time. Lu Yi, as usual, used his artifact to clear the path and pounced forward. Hua Liao Yuan, on the other hand, used all kinds of techniques. However, one's aura was very similar to sometimes. Once it was weak and couldn't be hardened no matter what. Even though there was a difference of 4 minor levels between them, many of Hua Liao Yuan's techniques were blocked by Lu Ye's artifact. The distance between them quickly closed again. Hua Liao Yuan's forced calm expression was filled with panic. When Lu Yi was only 10 meters away from him, an irresistible wave of qi accompanied by an explosion of spirit energy swept out in all directions. Lu Yi felt as if a wall had slammed into him and his body was pushed away uncontrollably. Lu Yi didn't know what this technique was called, but almost all the Dharma cultivators he had met had cultivated this technique. Once it was used, they could push everything around them far away. Dharma cultivators were most afraid of enemies getting close to them. This technique was undoubtedly able to save their lives in many cases. If they were in the wilderness, Hua Liao Yuan could have used this opportunity to escape. However, this was a deathmatch arena that he had created himself. It was only 300 meters long and wide. Where could he escape to? Pushing Lu Yi away was just prolonging his last breath. In just 3 short breaths, Lu Yi had closed in on him again. While nimbly dodging a few techniques, he slashed out with his mountain plate saber. Hua Liao Yuan was sent flying again under the huge impact like a ragged sack. The protective spirit light around his body had clearly dimmed by a lot. In mid-air, he could smell the aura of death. He had once felt this aura when he was in the spirit stream realm. At that time, he was lucky to have a senior brother to protect him and save him from a disaster. He remembered this feeling very clearly. However, he was now alone. The senior brother who had saved him had died many years ago. He knew that when Liu Ye broke through his blockade and closed in on him, he had already lost. Time seemed to slow down a lot at that moment. All sorts of chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind. In midair, Liao Yuan turned his head to look in the direction of the source of the danger. He saw Lu Yi rushing over quickly. The powerful pressure made it hard for him to breathe. To be continued. Chapter 611. He had to do something, or he would definitely die. Liao Yuan's strong desire to live made him break through his limits. The remaining spirit energy in his body boiled, and his mind was focused like never before. Liao Yuan suddenly clasped his hands together and opened his fingers. A dot of light suddenly appeared in his palms and quickly expanded, releasing a bright light. Violent and chaotic spirit energy fluctuations were released. Liao Yuan seemed to be hugging a small sun between his hands. Traces of spirit energy could be seen flowing on the small sun. At this moment, Lu Yi was only 10 feet away from Liao Yuan. Liao Yuan's actions alerted him. He had never underestimated his opponent, but he did not stop running because of this. He could cross 10 feet in one breath. At that time, no matter how powerful Liao Yuan's spell was, he would be able to kill him with a single slash. Liao Yuan's spirit energy was dim at this moment. It was obvious that he was like a lamp that had run out of oil. He poured all of his remaining spirit energy into the small sun in front of him. At this moment, Liao Yuan suddenly pushed his hands horizontally, and the small sun in his palms quickly swept towards Lu Yi. As it rushed over, the spirit energy flowing on the surface of the small sun surged faster and faster, peeling off layer by layer like a blooming flower. As the flaming petals bloomed, a terrifying aura instantly filled the entire deathmatch arena. In the blink of an eye, the small sun turned into a huge flaming lotus. Lu Yi had already dodged in advance, but he did not expect such a change. By the time he realized it, he was already wrapped in the flaming lotus. The flaming lotus bloomed silently. It was not as powerful as Liao Yuan's exploding burial, nor was it as grand as meteor shower. However, the power it displayed was more terrifying than any of the previous 2 spells. It was a terrifyingly high temperature that could melt everything. This was Liao Yuan's other trump card, a trump card that he had not fully grasped. Normally, when he used this spell, there was a 50% chance of failure. Therefore, Liao Yuan never dared to use this spell when facing an enemy, lest he hurt himself instead of the enemy. This time, if he had not been forced into a corner, he would not have dared to take the risk. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Although there was only a 50% chance of success, he still managed to use it. Perhaps it was the effect of extreme concentration brought about by the immense pressure. His face was as pale as paper as he quietly watched the blooming fire lotus. Seeing Lu Ye's figure completely engulfed, he truly breathed a sigh of relief. This time, Lu Ye wouldn't be able to survive, right? Just as this thought popped up in his mind, his pupils suddenly shrank and his eyes trembled violently. Right in front of them, a figure slowly walked out from the blooming fire lotus. His expression was relaxed, and his movements were leisurely. It was as if he wasn't stepping into the vortex of death, but his own backyard. His expression was calm and without the slightest fluctuation. Lu Yi didn't know what Fire Prairie's spell was, but judging from Fire Prairie's performance and his own senses, the spell was indeed terrifying. However, under the protection of the talent tree, he was able to isolate himself from the flames. Comparatively speaking, the damage caused by the fire lotus to Lu Yi was not as great as the prairie fire explosion burial. At the very least, the impact of the burning prairie bursting burial had injured him quite badly. The fire lotus that had silently bloomed in front of him hadn't even burned off a single strand of his hair. Huh. Fire Prairie let out an involuntary exclamation. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, his face full of fear. It was another nightmarish scene. First, it was the prairie fire explosion burial. Now it was the fire lotus. What did Louis do? Why was he able to withstand 2 of his trump cards and not die? Was he dreaming or what? However, the weakness and pain in his body constantly reminded Fire Prairie that this wasn't a dream. Step by step, Lu Yi slowly moved to within 30 feet of Fire Prairie. The huge fire lotus behind him slowly dissipated. The distorted space from the high temperature also seemed to be gently smoothed out by an invisible hand. Their eyes met. Fire Prairie's dry lips moved as if he wanted to say something. However, in the end, he didn't say anything. He only roared angrily and charged towards Lu Yi. There wasn't a drop of spiritual energy left in his body. As a spell cultivator, without spiritual energy, he didn't even have the ability to use spells. However, he didn't admit defeat, nor did he beg for mercy. This was the deathmatch arena. Only one person could survive. Lu Yi didn't move. With a twist of his wrist, the blade flashed. He gently swung the mountain plate saber and returned it to its sheath. There was a dull thud behind him. Blood flowed out and dyed the floor of the deathmatch arena red. In the spiritual land, the wolf pack and the cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land were separated by a distance of 100 feet. This distance was within the cultivators' attack range. However, the cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land didn't attack the wolf pack. They were facing off against the wolf pack because they were waiting for Fire Prairie. According to the rules of the deathmatch arena, both sides would fight to the death. When one side died, the other side would also be sent back to their original position. Previously, Fire Prairie had activated the deathmatch arena's power in the return to Heaven's spiritual land and lured Lu Yi into the arena. Therefore, he would appear in the return to Heaven's spiritual land. The cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land had to ensure that they could receive Fire Prairie the moment he appeared. They didn't attack, so the wolf pack naturally wouldn't ask for trouble. On the side, Li Baxian's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip blood. He constantly checked Lu Ye's battlefield imprint to confirm whether he was alive or not. When Lu Yi was lured into the deathmatch arena, Li Baxian almost went crazy. He really didn't expect Fire Prairie to have such a rare treasure. His little junior brother was only a 5th-order cultivator. How big was the difference in cultivation between Fire Prairie's 9th order? Although his little junior brother's foundation was strong, and he was good at killing enemies above his realm, there was always a limit to everything. Li Baxian didn't think that Lu Yi was Fire Prairie's opponent. If Lu Yi had Hupo's help to activate his beast transformation secret technique, Li Baxian would have some confidence in him. However, Hupa had fallen into a deep sleep and Lu Yi couldn't cooperate with him at all. In this battle, his little junior brother was doomed. Li Baxian hated that he couldn't take his place, but even he didn't have the confidence to win against Fire Prairie. The atmosphere in the entire return to Heaven's spiritual land was extremely stifling. Time passed. A cup of tea, a stick of incense. Li Baxian's expression became strange. In his imagination, his little junior brother would only be able to last 100 breaths against Fire Prairie. However, a stick of incense had already passed, and his little junior brother was still safe and sound. Li Baxian suddenly realized that he might have underestimated his little junior brother, or maybe Hupa had suddenly awakened. If that was the case, then as long as his little junior brother could activate his beast transformation secret technique, it would be hard to say who would die in this battle. As time continued to pass, Li Baxian became more and more certain that Hupa had awakened at this critical moment. It was even possible that his little junior brother had awakened him. His original anxiety and uneasiness were swept away. Li Baxian quietly waited for Lu Ye's return. He believed that his little junior brother could defeat Fire Prairie as long as he could activate his beast transformation secret technique. On the opposite side, the cultivators of Holy Eve's spiritual land looked very relaxed. In their opinion, Fire Prairie's cultivation was for minor realms higher than Luyez. So how could he lose? The longer the battle dragged on, the more likely it was that their senior brother Hua was toying with Lu Ye. At this moment, Lu Ye must be suffering a fate worse than death. What they needed to do was very simple. They just needed to hurry over when Fire Prairie returned. What is Fire Prairie doing? Somewhere in the crowd, Xiao Liang softly muttered. Although it was a pity that he couldn't personally kill Lu Yi, since Fire Prairie had said that they were willing to give him 20% of the reward, they would definitely fulfill their promise. However, this guy's efficiency was too slow. He had been in there for so long, yet he still hadn't come out. Didn't he know that a long delay would only bring more trouble? Let's wait a little longer. Maybe he will come out soon. Tan Sheng advised. Xiao Liang nodded slightly and raised his eyes to look ahead. He said in a low voice, "Brother Tan, I need you to lend me a hand." "Please speak, Brother Xia." Xiao Liang said, "I want to kill Li Baxian." His initial goal was to kill Li Baxian. Yan Xing had died in Li Baxian's hands, so he had to avenge Yan Xing. When he targeted Lu Yi in the hunting ground, his biggest goal was to lure Li Baxian out. In the end, he implicated the Wild Blade sect and caused them to pay a large amount of resources. This was also the cause of his enmity with Lu Yi. Although there were many twists and turns in the process, he still hadn't forgotten his original goal. In comparison, he wanted to kill Li Baxian more. Now that Lu Yi was destined to die in the hands of Fire Prairie, he only had one goal left. Tan Sheng naturally knew Xiao Liang's obsession with Li Baxian, so he nodded and said, "I will cooperate with Brother Xia when the time comes." Xiao Liang said, "Many thanks. If this matter succeeds, if this Xia needs help in the future, don't hesitate to call me." Tan Sheng's eyes lit up. Although his strength wasn't much worse than Xiao Liang's, there was still a gap between their sects. The Wild Blade sect was first grade, while the New Moon sect he was in was third grade. Getting such a promise from Xiao Liang wouldn't be a bad thing in the future. Sometimes, things like favors were very precious. "Brother Xia, you are too polite. I'm coming out," Tan Sheng suddenly whispered. At the same time, everyone noticed something strange, because a dot of light suddenly bloomed in midair, and then the light revealed the shadow of the Death Arena. A white light shot out from the Death Arena and landed in a certain position. The space in that position suddenly distorted, and then a figure appeared out of thin air. The cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land who were ready to rush over to help seemed to have been hit by a lightning talisman. They all froze in place, their eyes trembling and filled with disbelief. In the crowd, Tan Sheng's eyelids twitched wildly, and Xiao Liang exclaimed, "How is this possible?" It was as if he had seen something extremely inconceivable. To be continued.